participants joined offline, online to 7th AMIFOST International Conference on Recent Advances and Future Prospects in Formatting a Healthier Food System, organized by Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University in association with National Sugar Institute, Kanpur, India. Now, I welcome Dr. Monica Thakur, Associate Professor and Convener, Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University, for her welcome address. Please, ma'am.
Namaskar. A very good morning to everyone present here. Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Dr. A.K. Tyagi, Director, Haldiram, India, Keynote Speaker, Professor Tuba, Institute of Food Science and Human Nutrition, Germany. Guest of Honor, Professor Corinne, Professor UCA, France, Professor Narendra Mohan, Ex-Director, National Sugar Institute, Kanpur. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, respected Dr. Silvamurthy, Sir, President, Amity Science and Technology Innovation Foundation and Director General, Professor Neeraj Sharma, Sir, Professor V.K. Modi, Head of the Institute, Amity Institute of Food Technology, dear colleague and participants of AMIFOST 2024. We welcome you all to the two-day international conference, 7th AMIFOST, on the theme Recent Advances and Future Prospects in Formatting a Healthier Food System. In these 2 days, we have 11 different technical sessions. They'll be held along with online and offline oral and poster presentations. We are honored to have highly reputed scientists, researchers, academicians, students all over the globe attending the conference in offline and online mode. Wishing you all a fruitful experience. Welcome you once again for AMIFOST 2024. Have a nice day, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I request our guest to kindly join for lighting of lamp and Saraswati Vandana.
शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी हम भी तो समझे हम भी तो जाने विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I welcome Selvamurthy, sir, to kindly welcome our chief guest, Dr. A.K. Tyagi, with a bouquet of flowers. I may also request Selvamurthy, sir, to kindly welcome Professor Corinne with a bouquet of flowers. I request our HOA Sir, Professor V.K. Modi, to welcome Professor Narendra Mohan with a bouquet of flowers. I may also request the bouquet of flowers. I request Sir to kindly welcome Selva Murthy Sir. I may also request our HOI Sir, Professor Dr. V.K. Modi, to kindly welcome Professor Neeraj Mishra Sir with a bouquet of flowers. Neeraj Mishra. I'm so apologies, Professor Neeraj Mishra Sir. Sorry, sir. Neeraj sir. Excuse me, sir. Share in your. Share in your. Ambition is the path to success. Persistent is the vehicle you arrive in. Professor Narendra Mohan, an inspiring teacher, admirable research worker, and esteemed government official, having a long and distant career of working in sugar industry. An author of 5 books and more than 120 papers, has been published in various reputed journals which reflect his passion and innovative work to convert waste to resources. His devotion towards value addition resulted in development of many cost-effective and environment-friendly technologies like production of graphene oxide, dietary fiber, cosmetic ingredients, and biosurfactants from baggies, production of bio-CNG from filter cake and other agriculture waste, and on production of flavored and fortified sugars. He has played a pivotal role in converting sugar industry into clean and green industry, producing biochemicals, other bioproducts, and bioenergy apart from sugar. Professor Mohan is associated with many prestigious scientific societies and organizations like ISSCT, STAI, SISSTA, and AFSTI. His commendable work has been acknowledged globally, for which he has been conferred with many prestigious awards. A few of them are Lifetime Achievement Award for contribution to sugar industry by the Society of Sugar Research and Promotion, Outstanding Academic Leader of the Year by CEFR for contribution to education, skill and research, and Innovative Leader of Asia Awards for Excellence in Industry Development by Global Leaders Foundation. I welcome you, sir, to AMIFOST and also gracing us with your presence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, and good morning to all of you. Thanks for giving very extended introduction about me. Yes, I served the sugar industry and still serving the sugar industry from the last 4 decades. People are running away from the sugar, and we people from the sugar industry are chasing you. And this is the reason why National Sugar Institute or the person from the sugar industry is here to brief you and to take out some myths which are always there in your mind. So first of all, let me welcome you all on this 7th edition of AMIFOST. Mr. Tyagi, Honorable Chief Guest, other dignitaries on the dais, and the future of India in front of me, the students, the young, energetic food scientist and food technologist. In fact, this conference is for you because you have to take honors in times to come. The topic of this conference is very apt, where we are going to discuss on recent advances and future prospects in formatting a healthier food system. On and off, we used to talk about safe food, healthier food system. But now, perhaps from the last couple of years, and particularly after the COVID, we are talking a lot on healthier food system, from farm to fork, the food which is safe. Whenever I go to, various places, because I travel a lot, almost 1 lakh kilometers per year, to many countries, to many states in India. So I get an insight of the food habits which are prevailing in different parts of the country and different parts of the world as well. If I confine myself to my own country, the Hindustan, you will find, conventional food, and there is measurable change in the food habits, the type of the food, the quality of the food. You may give many reasons for that one. What are the main reasons why there is a shift in the food system, the type of the food which we are tempted to consume, and particularly the younger generation which is sitting here? I may name few that these may be the reasons: the growing urbanization, the exodus of rural population to the urban areas, growing economy, because we are talking about an economy which is going to be the third largest or the biggest in the world, $5 trillion economy in times to come. We are talking about increasing the income levels. Viksit Bharat, sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka prayas. And two things which always come to my mind: the sedentary lifestyle, sitting on the chairs for 6 to 8 hours and opting for convenience foods. And with the globalization of the Indian economy and inviting the foreign direct investments in various areas, food sector is not an exception. So this has resulted in a sea change in the entire food system, which I see when I travel. If I move around, in Noida or Delhi or in my own place, Kanpur, or to Mumbai or to Bangalore or to Hyderabad, the IT cities or the hub of ITs, or the so-term smart cities or the developed cities, I find a lot of international brands coming over there. And from the last couple of years, you will find these international brands not only in these cities, the smart cities or the metros, but even in the small township. So the younger generation is more attracted. There is media, there is, print, electronic media, and everywhere, you get a lot of marketing, advertisement, and all that. And this is the reason beyond traditional Indian food we are talking about today. We used to talk about Chinese food. When I was young enough, I was, tempted to take some Chinese food, but today the people are talking about the Mexican food or the Thai food or the Lebanese food. I was not aware of the, the falafel. But falafel kya hota hai, Belgium waffles kya hote hain. But, today is the first choice of the youngsters. So there is a complete shift. And because of the stress and because of the increased working hours, the people who are working in the private sector in particular, or the people who are trying to increase their income levels, they are putting pressures on them. Stress, working for more hours. If both, the family members are working, then you are in search of the convenience food. There is a growing trend for the takeaways and everything. A complete change in the system. One thing which is again very important is the government, the role of the government. During my stay with the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, I could see the government of India, is very focused on safe food, food safety, food security, We are supplying food to pre-Russian to the 83 crores of the Indian nationals. And the government is very keen to supply food to the common masses, which is healthier, which is nutritive. And this is the reason why the government is also talking about the fortification of the various food items, including we are talking about any, the rice, which is now vitamin A fortified, and in times to come, you will see the fortification of the sugar as well. Students, two things which are very important and always I talk about is, it is important for all of us to know your food and eat right. Sometimes you people blame sugar also, because I got this podium, so I will speak something good for the sugar also. And in the morning also, when we were sitting somewhere else, we were talking about, what now to blame sugar. My friends from the sugar industry who are here will again put a smile on their faces that again, the ex-director of National Sugar Institute is again coming to his favorite topic of sugar. But sugar is an essential commodity for the government of India. It is an important ingredient of your diet, food. We are not earning good name. The sugar people are not earning good name, and you people are running away from the sugar. Even, the younger generation which is here, they are tempted to take the products which contain less of the sugar, no added sugar, low calorie, 0 calorie, something like that. I don't have much of time to speak on that, but one thing which I would like to convey you very loud and clear. Friends, sugar is not the sole culprit. You have to blame your lifestyle, you have to blame your calorie imbalance, the energy imbalance. Sometimes, my friends, they say, if you consume sugar, you are going to invite 4 major health issues. You are going to invite diabetes, obesity, dental caries, or hyperactivity. Again, I come back to my own words. And the study which has been conducted by the World Sugar Research Organization and International Sugar Organization in 136 countries, there is no positive correlation between sugar intake and obesity. You have to blame your lifestyle. You have to blame your calorie imbalance. If you talk about the diabetes, it is more genetic rather than sugar making you diabetic. It is more like genetic. Dental caries and all that is purely, because of the oral hygiene. But you have to know what you have to eat, the balanced diet, the nutritional profile. Even if you go to any parties, you will find the placards there, how much calorie it contains. So we are all focused, and because of this, and because to reduce the adulteration or to give a good quality of the food to the common consumer, we are having now more and more stringent norms from the BIS or even from the FSI to give you good quality of the food. If I talk specific, because I remained, associated with the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution from the pretty long time, more than a decade. And you might have heard the government launched a scheme like Jago Grahak Jago, just to make you aware about your rights, what you should know, and nobody should, make you fool that way. Smart marketing, aggressive marketing, sometimes it's not going to give you the real picture. I can quote number of examples where the brand, I'm not going to name any particular brand, but I can name a brand which is associated with the cane juice. How the confusing picture it can give. It writes such, it's a real cane juice. So you are just taking a can of that one or a bottle of that one or a Tetra Pak of that one, and with the belief that you are going to consume the real cane juice. But you will turn the Tetra Pak, and if you see the insertion is small letters. Real cane juice may be in 20 font, 24 fonts, but the insertion about the ingredients may be in 5 or 6 fonts. Mentioning therein, it is only a brand name. It contains this much equivalent of the cane juice. Same way, if you go to and just buy a pack of the biscuit, it will give full of almonds and cashew. How much almond it contains and how much cashew it contains. It is like sometimes, kaddu and kishmish. One kaddu and one kishmish makes a, vegetable which is a mixed vegetable having the kaddu and the kishmish. So you have to be, careful, and we have to talk about a system which is going to give us nutritive, healthier food. And my message to all of you is take advantage of the government policies, take advantage of what government is advocating on the safe food from farm to fork, about your own, mindset. That is to be seen and that is to be changed, and you have to know. You're required to know what you are going to eat. Simply being carried away by the brands, or simply being carried away by the labels they do have. So more you are going to discuss in this conference for 2 days, and eminent experts are going to discuss on various contours of the safe food, right from what we produce, how we process, and how we pack, and how it is to be consumed, and what we have to look for while consuming our food. So thank you very much, Amity University, for organizing this conference on a very important topic. I think a topic which is associated, or which is in the heart of every Hindustani. So I compliment you for organizing this conference and giving us a chance, the National Sugar Institute, a chance to be a partner into this one. And I call upon the young generation which is in front of me. You do have the responsibilities now. You do have a large chunk in the population. You have to prove yourself. You have to be an efficient food technologist and food scientist in times to come. And you have to serve the nation as well that way. Serving yourself and your family is important, but serving the nation as a whole is going to be important. So thank you so much. Thank you, MIT, for giving us this chance. Again, I welcome all of you during the 7th edition of the AMIFOST. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now may I request our HOI Professor Dr. V.K. Modi to kindly introduce the theme of the conference.
Good morning. Most respectful, our founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji. Most respectful Chancellor, Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan ji. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam Dr. Professor Balvinder Shukla. Respected Dr. A.K. Tyagi ji, Executive Director of Haldiram Snacks Foods, Chief Guest of our today's international conference. Professor Corinne, our guest of honor from Clermont-Auvergne University, France. Professor Toba, Institute of Food Science and Human Nutrition from Germany. Respected Dr. Salvamurthy sir, President ASTIF. Professor Narendra Mohanji, Director National Sugar Institute Kanpur. My dear dignitaries, distinguished guests, colleagues, participants, delegates, and dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to today's international conference, 7th AMIFOST on recent advances and future prospects in formatting a healthy food system. This event will provide a glimpses of the opportunities that await us. It will showcase the potential in food processing value chain and provide a platform to contact with various stakeholders and collaborators for mutual R&D. The first point to address in the theme of the today's conference, the 7th AMIFOST on recent advances and future prospects in formatting a healthy food system. This theme was chosen to encourage discussion and deliberations to provide a solution toward the food and nutrition sector. Furthermore, this deliberation will offer new opportunities to the food industries. Under today's conference title, we'll present recent advances and future in formatting healthy food, both that recent advances and formatting food health. These are the two key words. Both are very important as recent advances are essential for industries need, and formatting healthy food system is needed to achieve a social mission. To resolve the issue, the point lies in ensuring to feed 10 billion population by 2050 without disturbing the ecosystem. Hence, keeping the aforesaid perception in mind, one of the main objectives to be taken up in the conference is to explore the ease and innovation that is very important in processing the food industry and to promote formatting the healthy food system. Further, it is said that food is a basic right and food and nutrition are the foundations of the decent life, but the cost of the food crisis has been enormous. Millions of families have been pushed into the poverty and hunger. This forces us to raise a question about the future prospects of the food processing industry. The answer is, it looks promising with a large and growing population and increasing urbanization. Definitely there will be a scope for the industry. This definitely attracts research and processes to develop convenience, cost-effective and balanced nutrition food. All these facts will be showcased in the 2 days conference. It is hoped that this 2-day conference will help us to highlight the thoughts on the subject and in turn accelerate the development of food industry. With this, I wish all delegates a successful deliberation. Once again, I would like to convey my highest regards to all for blessing us to organize this conference. Thank you.
It's okay, it's okay. I request Dr. Selvamurthy Sir, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, Director General, Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation, Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, and former Distinguished Scientist and Chief Controller, Research and Development, DRDO. Sir has served Defense Research and Development Organization, Government of India for 40 years, in which all the health-related and life support technologies were developed and induced in the armed forces for keeping the health and efficiency of soldiers even in extreme operational environments. This biomedical research immensely benefited the armed forces personnel to improve operational efficiency with spin-off benefits to the society at large. Presently, member of the Scientific Advisory Committee to Cabinet, Government of India, he is also the chairman of Technology Commercialization Committee of ICMR. Sir, thank you, sir. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Very good morning to every one of you. My dear students, let's welcome all our guests, Aditi Devo Bhava. These guests who are here and also who have joined online. Let's clap and then welcome all our distinguished guests. Great. On behalf of Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who has built this whole Amity universe today, with 12 universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools, with 200,000 students, 10,000 faculties, 5,000 PhD scholars. So he has created this whole universe. So I welcome Honorable Founder President who has joined us online. Right from the beginning, he has been listening to the whole program. And for him, science and technology and innovation is close to his heart. That's why, in spite of all the busy schedules he ensures that he participates in every event parallelly. Thank you very much, Founder President. On behalf of Founder President, Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, and also he is also President of our foundation, and also the Vice Chancellor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, who would be joining us soon. And on behalf of all members of the Amity fraternity, I extend a very warm welcome to all the delegates who have joined us, particularly the distinguished dignitaries on the dais at the inaugural session of the 7th edition of AMIFOST. First of all, I want to thank Dr. A.K. Tyagi. Tyagi, who is our chief guest today. I just had a brief interaction with him during a cup of tea in the lounge. So he is the executive director, Haldiram Snacks Limited. And who doesn't know Haldiram? How many of you know Haldiram? Just raise your hands. Great. Every one of you know. Let's clap for Haldiram. For such a popular brand today, not only in India, but globally. So we are proud. So when I was talking to him, what is the future you are looking in terms of the food technology? What is your future plan? We know what all you. Haldiram is doing a great job for the country, adding to $5 trillion economy, which was mentioned by my previous speaker, Dr. Mohan. So this industry, what is the future plan? Future food strategy. Then he said healthier food. Very good, healthier food. Because when so many people are consuming, how do we provide health to the people through the food which they are handling? So healthier food is the focus, and this is what is being discussed today. what should be the formulation of technologies, products, processes, which should be healthier, so that ultimate deliverable which comes out through the Haldiram and other food industries will be healthy. I'm so happy, Dr. Tyagi, that you are focusing on healthier food for the present and future generation. I was also talking to our friend, Professor Corine Malpuch Brogare. She is from the Claremont Aurang University, who is our partner, who is our collaborator. We have a lot of the active collaboration with this institution, which is briefly known as UCA in France. So when I was talking, she said that we want to expand this collaboration. Already a few students from their institution have already come to Amity University for internship. They are students at master's level, and then they have spent 2-3 months over here. And this year, 2 more students are coming. She just mentioned, whispered into my ears, but I said, why don't you make it 20? Because we have a big Amity universe. So let's clap for this great partnership which we are having with Professor Karine. And Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan has personally sent his greetings to you, and Dr. Shefali Kashyap and Dr. Neeraj Sharma, who is building this collaboration, Amity Foundation for Science, Technology, Innovation Alliances. So they are steering this mission in Abstia. And so we are happy to know from them that Professor Corine is now facilitating, catalyzing this interaction, collaboration with the UCA France. And we are looking forward to now research collaboration, not only the academic collaboration of student exchange, but let us expand, deepen our relationship to explore areas for research collaboration. Your visit here is going to pave that way as well. We will also be joined by Professor Tuba Yestabe Yugulu from the Institute of Food Science and Human Nutrition in Germany. She will be joining, addressing online. Thank you, Professor Tuba, for joining us. We are all looking forward to listen to you in this inaugural. You listen to Professor Narendra Mohan, who is the Director, National Sugar Institute. He just superannuated a few days ago from this responsibility, and his vision that sugar industry, how do we, it is safer to have sugar as well in the required quantity, minimal quantity, optimal quantity. And then, so sugar need not be banned. And also sugar industry produces other things like molasses, and even bioethanol comes from the sludges after the sugar is taken out. So sugar industry is very important in terms of economy, health. So he was mentioning about this in the lecture. Thank you for joining us. We will collaborate with you as well. Then we are also happy to have the other dignitaries who have joined us offline. They're sitting on the off the dais. Particularly, I would like to mention Mr. Anup Keshavani, and he is a very important person in the food industry. Ideas maybe in one of the sessions. We are very happy to have you, Mr. Anupji. And I would like to appreciate our team as well, Dr. Modi, V.K. Modi. He was a very, very distinguished scientist from the CFTRI, Central Food Technology Research Institute at Mysore, which is a lab of CSIR. So we brought him. He was in a very senior position as associate director. And then we thought he will build. So during the last 5 years, he has brought a new paradigm in Amity Institute of Food Technology. Let's clap for this team, V.K. Modi, and also Dr. Monica Thakur, who is the convener of this particular program. Also Dr. Neha Sharma, and also his team has got the other people like Dr. Renu Ketkar, and all those who are connected with this. Now coming to the theme, this theme is very important theme, because food is a primordial requirement for your survival and health, like oxygen, which is required for your survival. Food also, you need food. So these are 2 important requirements, oxygen, food for your survival and good health. So how do you give this good food in a safe way? And this is what is the agricultural, one is food security, food safety, food quality, And also, how do you make the nutritional security rather than only food security? Nutritional security involves everything, the balanced food, which carbohydrates, proteins, fats, minerals, vitamins, trace elements, everything need to be there in the food. Then only it is a balanced food. So that food is a healthy food. So how do you give it to the people? How do you give it to the present generation, the future generation who are sitting here? So that is the theme, healthier food system. How do we give? So all of us are going to deliberate on this theme. Then the agricultural practices, it should start from agricultural practices. How do you cultivate in a healthy way? Right from the soil health. If your soil is deficient in zinc, that deficiency come in the produce, agricultural produce. So actually the healthy food system should start from the soil and the environment. So the soil health is very important, organic farming, biocontrol and plant disease management. These are the areas in which Amity is also working. When you are looking at food security, we are not only improving the food productivity by using microbial technology like Piriforma spora indica, which is a rutonics, which Amity has developed to enhance the productivity per hectare, be it cereals, pulses, or horticultural produce. We are able to increase the food security through application of microbial technology. The next important thing will be post-harvest. Having produced this food, how do you manage the post-harvest? There could be many fungal infections and there could be many spoilage of food. So all these are important. So the post-harvest management technology is also very important. Amity has a separate center of excellence in post-harvest technology like zero energy cooling chamber, then AmiCool for the areas in which power is available, and also the reversible blocking of ethylene receptors using MCP1. So Amity is doing this kind of research in food production, that is agricultural science and technology, in addition to Amity Institute of Organic Agriculture, which is doing a great job in the organic agriculture promotion. Then we also have, having done that, after post-harvest, how do you do value addition? How do you convert them into a value-added product? That's where the food processing industries come. How do you handle this agricultural produce and convert them into a processed food, or it is a natural food? So in this, Government of India has established a separate body. You are all aware, FSSAI. So any student expand this? FSSAI. Anybody? Anybody? Any student, please get up. Yes. Yeah, correct. Food Safety Standards Authority of India. So this body has been established to look into two things. One is standards, because quality should be good. Then the safety. This is very important. So the government, looking at the importance of the food safety and the standard, they have kept this body, and also a lot of people to work at the field level, they are available today. And so this is a great initiative to look at how do you give healthier food to people. My experience with nutrition and food started in the DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization. How do you feed soldiers? They have to operate in high altitude, cold, desert, underwater, aerospace, low intensity conflict, space. So how do you give food to those people? So it's a big challenge. So you need specific food in terms of calories, composition, and also the supplementation, which is required, looking at the turnover of even micronutrients. So that is where the military nutrition, I was able to contribute, being a physiologist myself. So we have made ration scales. We have made different functional foods, operational foods for these soldiers. So that is where my association with food and nutrition started in DRDO. We have a few labs, like Defense Food Research Lab at Mysore, which look into retard process technology, freeze-dry technology, and also irradiation of the food materials to increase the shelf life, solar drying in certain areas like high altitude. So we were looking at all this, including the functional foods for the civilian application. For sports people, during training, they need a different kind of food. And also the soldiers at NDA, IMA, OTA, they need different kind of food. So this is where DRDO contributed immensely. In Amity, we have also focused Amity Institute of Food Technology, in which not only we are churning out the future leaders in food science and technology who are sitting here, who have passed out from the portals of AIFT, but also giving a focus on research. And we are looking at biopreservatives. We are looking at even small, simple pickle technology, which we have transferred to the industry. So we are building a strong industry connect. And even from the fish processing industry, the waste which comes out, how do you convert it as a wealth? We get proteins, we get flavonoids, we get also the other vitamins, vitamin E, precursor of vitamins. So we get all those. Now we are made a process through an Indo-Hungarian project for the fish processing industry waste, which comes out. We are generating wealth from this. So like this, Amity is involved in a big way in research and innovation. We are focusing on projects, patents, publications, the consultancies, services, extension services. That is how the 5 Ps have been given a focus in Amity research and innovation. We have filed more than 2,100 patents. Many of them are getting translated into product technology process, reaching to the industry. And now this year is going to be a focus on translational research, where not only publication, we have 35,000 research papers in journals of repute. Our H index is 143 is our H index. And also we have transferred 35 technologies to the industry. We are focusing on incubator. We have a very strong incubator, which has incubated more than 750 companies. 90 startups are doing well. We have Amity Venture Capital, which invests for a good idea and take the equities. So this is Amity research and innovation. So final message I want to give to all the people, and we have Academia Industry Connect. I see so many industries who are going to come and participate in this event, and we want to connect with them for research, innovation, academics, internship, placement, and also to grow, contribute to the nation building. We are fortunate to have one of our alumnus, Miss Anushka Agarwal. Can you just stand up, Anushka? Anushka, she is our alumnus. Let's clap for Anushka, who is working with the food industry, Mr. Mohan. And we have such brilliant people. Can you just stand up? So we have another alumnus also who is working with this. And your name? Priya. Priya, let's clap for Priya. 2 alumni have joined, and they are all working with the top dignitaries who are sitting on the dais. Thank you so much for joining. Now the final message, Vasudeva Kudumbagam was mentioned. Actually, Mohan mentioned that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Prayas. What do you mean by that? We always believe it's a global family. More than 7 billion people is 7 billion people is one family. And this family, we're all brothers, sisters. So how do we make our life healthy, happy? And that is the focus of Indian research, innovation, philosophy, culture, in which India has grown. And so we would like to re-emphasize in this research, we want to connect with you. All the people who have come on the dais, off the dais, and those who are joining online, we want to work with you because we can do by synergy. We can do many things as a force multiplier. So together with you, that's what our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan says, together with you, we'll make this world a better place to live. And with this, I welcome each and every one of you. In this meeting, we would expect not just only 7th edition of AMIFOST, but we would like to see a blueprint. What is the futuristic, healthier food system you are going to create? Let us make a global blueprint through this particular the forum and make specific recommendation. This is what is the research priorities for the healthier food. This is for industry, this is for government, this is for academia, this is for scientists, this is for students. So like this, we should have very clear blueprint, Dr. Modi, because founder president Dr. Chauhan always says outcome. Everything what we do, life is very precious, short. We have to have outcome-oriented approach in all our dealings. So this conference also will bring fruitful outcome and best wishes. And thank you very much for every one of you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I may invite Professor Tuba Sabelu, Professor, Institute of Food Science and Human Nutrition, Geneva, Hanover, Geneva. Professor Tuba's group is dealing with the analysis of secondary plant metabolites and their biological activities in vitro and in cell culture studies. The group is working on extraction, analytical characterization of chromatography and mass spectrometry, isolation by countercurrent chromatography, structure elucidation, toxicological safety, and cellular bioavailability and bioactivity of food and food compounds, as well as the impact of food processing. The group focuses on sustainability and explore the use of side stream as a source for isolation and synthesis of bioactive compounds. Considering the current consumer trends, the group develops high quality and safe foods that are rich in phytochemicals and have healthy promoting effects. Since 2023, Professor of Molecular Food Chemistry and Development at the Institute of Food Science and Human Nutrition, also head of the Institute of Food Science and Human Nutrition and Lebanese University, Hanover, Germany. She is also a visiting professor at the University of Queensland Institute for Molecular Bioscience, Brisbane, Australia. She's also been a research associate at the Institute of Safety and Quality of Fruits and Vegetables of the Max Rubiner Institute in Karlsruhe, Germany. I request and also welcome ma'am to the 7th AMIFOST. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much for the nice introduction and for giving me the opportunity to present my research activities. Today, I wish you a wonderful conference. The next 2 days, I hope you can see my screen and also the presentation mode.
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
It is visible. Okay, and you can hear me, so I can start. Good. Yes, thank you again. Today I would like to talk about bioactivity guided fractionation of anthocyanin enriched food. As you mentioned, my research is focusing on fruit, vegetables, and also leftovers from the food industry. Here we are interested in various secondary plant metabolites, as you can see here on the slide. Herein phenolic acids, anthocyanins, to name a few. These compounds have numerous health-promoting effects like anti-proliferative effects on cancer cells, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and anti-diabetic effects. As you know, anthocyanins are responsible for the red color in food and are a compound with numerous health-promoting effects. So the question is today, what is the contribution of anthocyanins to the bioactivity of food? Here you can see the structure, and all other phenolic compounds we called copigments, which are not anthocyanins. This is important because I will show you today a separation. Yeah, our Garching goal is the development of innovative and functional food of our research. We analyze and determine the health-promoting and toxicological effects of food compounds per se, and also after degradation, which can take place during food processing. And our research questions are the following. as you already know, food is complex. So the question is better to test extracts instead of fractions or pure substances. But as you already know, standards are very expensive, and so you need cost-effective strategies. As you mentioned, we are using also counter-current chromatography, but I cannot show these results today. And also we are interested what happens with food compounds, especially during food processing, if they have still an influence and positive influence on our health. So we are interested which structure is responsible for that. And overall, we would like to develop nutraceuticals, and also we are interested in natural food additives, and our aim is to prevent lifestyle diseases. Here I have two publications for you from our group. First of all, I would like to show you some results for pomegranate and lingonberry samples of their antioxidant and genoprotective effects. First of all, we have to prepare an X87 extract. This is why we do that. We would like to concentrate the plant secondary metabolites, especially when we have a food with high sugar content, like fruit juices, to eliminate sugars or organic compounds. Here you can see that we are first conditioning the column with ethanol and water. After that, we are applying the juice sample and then washing with water the soluble compounds, the carbohydrates, organic acids, and if we have proteins, also we can wash down the proteins, and then we can elute our target compounds with the solvent ethanol and acetic acid. This is important, the acid compound. As you know, anthocyanins are very unstable. So to stabilize the anthocyanins, we need acid. And then after evaporation, we get an X87 extract, which we can use further also for development of innovative foods, if you are using here in these steps food grade solvents. In the next step, we fractionate the secondary plant metabolites with membrane chromatography. Here you can see the membrane chromatography is very simple. You need a membrane here and a pre-filter. Here you have a pump and your sample, which is full of anthocyanins. And here you can have a look into the inside of the membrane, and you see we have here an cation exchanger. So the construction is very simple. And yes, we have a cation exchanger, hence the positively charged anthocyanins in the X87 extract, which we got now of pomegranate or lingonberry here as an example, are retarded on the membrane. Okay. So you have here the X87 extract with all of the food compounds, and then you can see we are applying the X87 extract on the membrane. So the anthocyanins can react with the sulfur groups of the membrane, and then first we can elute the copigment fraction. As I mentioned, it's that are all polyphenols in the food sample. without the anthocyanins, because in the next step with ethanol or methanol acetic acid, you can elute as well the anthocyanins. So then you have fractionate your food sample into two fractions, and also you will get a polymeric fraction, which is retain on the membrane. So if you're using another solvent, you can also elute this polymeric fraction, so you can fractionate your extract into three fractions. Here we can have a look onto the HPLC chromatograms. In pomegranates on the left side, we have different anthocyanins. We have 5 main compounds. We have various anthocyanins like delphinidine, cyanidine, and pelargonidine. And in the copigment fraction, the main compound in pomegranates, maybe you know that, is punicalin, and also different punicalagins, and also elag acid. In lingonberry, we identified via LC mass spectrometry in the positive mode for the anthocyanins, cyanidine 3 galactosides, this is A2, and also cyanidine 3 glucoside, and also cyanidine arabinoside. You see that we have only one anthocyanin aglyca, this is cyanidine, and in pomegranate we have different aglyca. And in the copigment fraction, also we have here various copigments. So the main compound is here chlorogenic acid, ferulic acid, and different quercetin derivatives. So again, here I combined for you the whole procedure in one slide, and yeah, we determine with very easy methods, as you know, spectrophotometric assays to determine the antioxidant activity. We have TIAC assay, Kuprac, FREP, and some more assays. The radical scavenging capacity was evaluated here for the pomegranate and lingonberry XAD7 extracts and their fractions using TIAC. And the XAD7 extract, as you can here see, this is the black column, showed the highest radical scavenging activities. So in this case, we can say that synergistic effects are essential to mediate antioxidant effects. So the separation does not make sense. On this slide, additionally, we free radical scavenging activities of pomegranate XAD7 extract and its anthocyanin and copigment fraction were determined using ESR spectroscopy. According to these results, all samples showed moderate scavenging activities against galvanoxyl. It is the first part, and against DPPH radicals, it is on the bottom. In the case of radical scavenging activity of galvanoxyl radicals, the entire pomegranate, this is the first figure. When you have a look to the EC50 values, you can exactly see that we have here the highest, showed that XAD7 showed the most potent radical scavenging activity compared to anthocyanins and copigments. This observation was also found in the case of DPPH radicals. All analyzed sample exhibited scavenging activity against galvanoxyl and DPPH radicals, we can say, in a dose dependent manner. Yeah, we did the same for lingonberry samples. Also, in that case, all samples showed dose-dependent radical scavenging activities. Here as well, the x87 extracts exhibited the highest potential for both radicals in ESR spectroscopy analysis. So also we are doing cell culture studies. In addition to the radical scavenging activity, the potential of a reactive oxygen species, so ROS, reduction by pomegranate and lingonberry extract, as well as its anthocyanin and copigment fraction was determined in vitro using liver HepG2 cells. You can see them on the right side. For the examination of the antioxidant activity, we counted ROS positive HepG2 cells after pre-treatment with pomegranate samples, followed by incubation with or without hydrogen peroxide. While no significant here, if you have a look on this figure, while no significant increase in ROS positive cells by the extract infections themselves was detected, all pomegranate samples showed significant protective effects against hydrogen peroxide induced toxicity in HepG2 cells, while hydrogen peroxide led to more about 80% ROS positive cells. The pre-treatment with pomegranate samples, you can see here, it is the second column, reduced the value to 40%, with no significant differences between the use fractions. If you compare them, almost more or less we have the same values, so no difference between extract, anthocyanin and copigments. The sole incubation of cells with lingonberry extracts and fractions revealed no ROS-inducing potential by the compounds themselves, while hydrogen peroxide again led to significant higher levels of ROS-positive cells. Here, as you can see, also with an average of 80%, these effects were significantly reduced by all samples, more than compared to pomegranate samples. And yeah, the 687 extract and its fraction did not differ from each other, were comparable with untreated control cells. To sum up, treatment of HepG2 cells with the lingonberry samples used in this study resulted in a significantly statistically significant reduction in hydrogen peroxide induced ROS generation, whereby no fraction dependent effects were detected. So in that case, it's not necessary to fractionate your samples. So here we can say that the synergistic effects play an important role. So to continue, we did the same fractionation for black carrots and purple sweet potatoes. The XID7 extract was also separated into an anthocyanin and copigment fraction again by membrane chromatography. So here in that case, the possible, we don't know before the analysis, anti-diabetic effects of the black carrots and purple sweet potatoes and its fractions were determined. Yeah, here you can see some isocontour plot, HPSC PDA chromatograms from 200 to 600 nanometers. I thought that could be also interesting to see it. Here we can see on the first line the X87 and then the anthocyanins, because we have here for anthocyanins 2 absorption maxima, 280 and 520. As you can here see, we have here 2 main areas for anthocyanins. Black carrots contained acylated anthocyanins, especially cyanidine-based anthocyanins. We detected acylated and non-acylated anthocyanins. Black carrot anthocyanins were acylated with hydrocinamic acids like cinnapic acid, ferulic acid, or coumaric acid, thus stabilizing its structure under acidic conditions. In the analyzed purple sweet potato samples, we have chlorogenic acid as the main compound in the co-pigment fraction, and also various anthocyanins. You can see here we have here a lot of different anthocyanidins, pelargonidines, peonidines, molybdines. So it's very different from carrots and also from pomegranate and lingonberry, because the spectrum of anthocyanidins are various. Good. Also, we in black carrot and purple sweet potato, we determined the anti-diabetic effects. Here, the enzyme inhibition activities of alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase were determined. The inhibition of alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase, which are involved in the digestion of carbohydrates, may partly decrease postprandial blood glucose levels. Here I will show you the results for the black carrot samples. All black carrot samples, dose dependently, as you can see here, inhibited the enzymes alpha amylase. On the left side and on the right side, you can see we have the same manner for alpha glucosidase. Also, we use, as you know, acarbose is a known compound for its anti-diabetic effects. So the black carrot copigment fraction was the most potent. This is here the yellow or green one. If you compare here the concentration for IC50, it was the most potent alpha amylase inhibitor, whereas X87 extract showed here on this side the strongest inhibition against alpha glucosidase. So it is known that various chlorogenic acids inhibited alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase. As I see that we have a lot of chlorogenic acids in black carrots. And then the inhibition of glucose uptake in the intestine may be an important strategy to control blood glucose levels. We used here 2-NBDG as a fluorescein in our CARCO2 cell experiments for the determination of the cellular glucose uptake in response to the purple carrot treatments. So the CARCO2 cells were treated with more about not more about exactly, it was exactly 100 microgram per liter X87 copigment and anthocyanin fraction, and also we used chlorogenic acid and fluorescein as positive control. So we treated the cells for 1 hour and then we are exposed to NBDG. Glucose uptake was measured after washing immediately at 485 nanometers, extinction, and then emission at 535 nanometers. So only purple carrot X87 and the pure standard compound chlorogenic acid and also fluorescein, our control, significantly inhibited to NBGD uptake compared to untreated control cells. It is the white column here, and recently it was shown that polyacetylene from carrots affect glucose uptake in adipocytes and monomyotypes. Furthermore, it has been suggested that chlorogenic acid also, as I mentioned, it is a purple carrot constitute, regulates glucose metabolism via AMPK activation, thereby exhibiting anti-diabetic effects. Here we have the results for purple sweet potato. As we can here see, the same procedure or the same results. So all samples inhibited the two enzymes alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase in a dose dependent manner. The copigment fraction exhibited strong alpha amylase. It is here again the green one activity compared to X87 and anthocyanins fraction, and the inhibition of glucosidase on the right side and due to copigment and anthocyanin fraction. So the yellow one and the red one were more potent and the inhibition in the inhibition of alpha glucosidase.
Sorry to interrupt, Professor Tuba. Can you summarize the slide soon?
Yes, I can do that. I have only the summary results. So as we have seen that we have more cyanidin agar in the pomegranate samples, main anthocyanin in lingonberry are also the cyanidins, and the main copigment compound in pomegranate is punicalline, and in lingonberry chlorogenic acid. And as we saw that we have radical scavenging activities against both radicals, galvanoxy and DPPH radicals, and we saw that X87 and also the copigment and anthocyanin fraction can serve as cellular ROS scavengers. Also for black carrots, we have here more cyanidin type anthocyanidins, but in purple sweet potatoes, we have more peonidine types. And also here in both copigment fractions, the main compound was chlorogenic acid. And as we see clearly that alpha amylase and glucosidase carrots and potatoes, but purple, are inhibitors for these enzymes. And also we see on the last slide that X87 from black carrots exhibited an inhibitory effect on glucose uptake. So thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is our prime, prestigious, and honor that we have been welcomed by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, an outstanding administrator, a brilliant academician, a vivid researcher, and a far-sighted visionary. Professor Shukla is popularly known for her multifaceted insights, humility, and leadership skills. Ma'am has over 3 decades of rich experience in industry, academia, research, and administration. She is the key architect of unique flexi framework for choice-based credit system and outcome-based education. She has been instrumental in aligning the learning outcomes and operational outcomes with strategic plans of the university. She has guided several PhD, MPhil scholars and published many research papers in national and international peer-reviewed indexed journal, authored books, course material books, and has developed a unique accelerator model for promoting and ensuring incubator excellence. She is one of the front runner in achieving various ranking and accreditations of Amity University. Some of the important accreditations include NAC A+ grade, WASC USA, IET UK, FIBA Germany, EFMD CEL Belgium, UN WTO, TEDQual, and RICS UK. Her contributions are widely acclaimed and recognized with numerous prestigious awards and honors, such as Distinguished Academician and Outstanding Administrator Award, Women Enabler Award, Phenomenal She Award, Vish Kabi Rabindranath Tagore Memorial Award, Excellence in Entrepreneurship Development Award in recognition of outstanding contribution in the field of education, academic leadership. I welcome you, ma'am, and I request our HOI sir to kindly welcome ma'am with a bouquet of flowers.
It gives me a great pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, Amity University, for taking time off from her busy schedule to join this important inaugural session. Madam, your all guidance and encouragement always keep us active to do more and more. We welcome you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Modi, our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. A.K. Tyagi ji, Executive Director, Haldiram Snacks Limited, our very distinguished guest of honor, Professor Corinne Malpeau-Burgers, Professor of Clement Evergreen University, France, and Professor Toba Isatberg, Professor of Institute of Food Science and Human Nutrition, Hanover, Germany, and Professor Narendra Mohan, ex-director, National Sugar Institute, Kanpur. My colleagues on the dais, Dr. Silvamurthy, Dr. Modi, Dr. Thakur, Dr. Neha, and other faculty members, and all the participants and dear students. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Modi for organizing international conference on recent advances and future prospects in formatting a healthier food system. And I'm extremely thankful and delighted to see Dr. Modi has chosen the best of the chief guest, Dr. A.K. Tyagi, the organization who has been associated with Amity for almost from the beginning when the Amity has been established, and also our guest of honor, Professor Corinne Malpius, I extend very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests. As we know that the Honorable Prime Minister gave a vision for India, the Viksit Bharat. And on completion of 75 years of independence, from that day started as a Amrit Kal for becoming the Viksit Bharat. That means the 25 years milestone, that how India be transformed from we are transformed as a Viksit Bharat, a fully developed economy and the third largest economy. And seeing the first time also very integrated, clear vision document of the government, industry and education institution, which reflects that what education institution produce, same the industry gets. But then always there's a, so far which we have been hearing, that what education institution produce and what industry requires, there's always gap. Our Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, when we started the first higher education institution, Amity Business School, he established the Corporate Source Center with the aim that this Corporate Source Center will be the resource center for both industry as well as for academia. So this center will ensure the students are developed as a skills and competencies as per the industry's requirement. And this resource center will also act as a bringing the industry experts to interact with the students, the faculty, whether it's curriculum design, whether it is a teaching, whether it's a guest lecture, whether career counseling and many other aspects. And finally, building a strong partnership for research, consultancy, training, and many aspects. And when I was looking at the Viksit Bharat document and before that the National Education Policy 2020 document, where it is being emphasized that the industry and academia need to work hand in hand. And so when we look at that, what we are doing as Amity and what NEP is expecting, and weigh the gap so that we can fill that gap. And we align ourselves with the NEP 2020. But with this, having the Viksit Bharat at 2047, the vision document, which has been communicated by the government to all the industries, all the professional bodies, all the ministries, and all the education institutions, the higher education institution, that you work on this document. And given the target of 100 days, that you submit the action plan, that how are you going to work on it, what action you are going to take. And made the committees not only for the industry but for the education institution by involving the vice chancellors of all the universities in all the 5 zones. So when I was going through this vision document, they have put the 5 sectors, identify the 5 sectors for the Viksit Bharat. And the first sector is empower citizens. And for each sector they have identified, they have defined the vision for each sector. the goals and the initiative, what the goals are set. So the empowered citizen, the first sector from where it starts, the holistic quality and affordable health and well-being for all. And education and skilling for the future. Nari Shakti, woman-led development and caring and inclusive society. And employment and labor, vibrant culture and heritage, empowered youth, sports for life and global exposure. So these 7 goals have been set for the empowered citizen. And next one. So therefore, when we are looking at these, the 7 goals, many things you have to work with the society or with the industry. The second sector which have been identified, thriving and sustainable economy. And the first goal which is for the agriculture and rural economy. And in that, the first goal that when with the agriculture and rural, in that also the target, Bharat as the food basket for the world. I'm so happy that in this conference, when we are having the discussions that on the food technologies, we must deliberate on also what all the initiative we as an education institution and industry. And since the government has made that the India to be the Vishwa Bandhu, the last sector which they have, and we are the global partners are also with us, how we discuss and deliberate what all should be done that we really become the food basket for the world. And we have very prestigious company, Haldiram, here. So Dr. Tyagi will definitely be taking your guidance and that how the academic institution and industry work together and that we realize this vision of India, that the food basket for the world and be the Viksit Bharat. And then also the next, that globally competitive, diversified and sustainable agriculture. That also is the one of the goal which have been with food security for the growing population and over 5 times increase in farmers' income and strong cooperative ecosystem. What time is going to be the future industry for the future or services for the future, and how India can become the largest global service hub with the Bharat headquarters service firm as global champions. And this cannot be achieved in hand and partner together right from the what are going to be the future job roles, what skills and competencies, and for that what kind of the curriculum, and the curriculum also have to be divided into 3 parts: the mandatory, the core, and the value addition. And that value addition is with the industry need to constantly feed and give you, okay, what changes are happening, how with that dynamism the skills and competences can be developed. And when we are talking about the competences, skills, we are not talking for just for the Indian industry. It has to be for the global industry. That means the global partnerships becomes extremely important. And this, all of you who are sitting here, the youth, I think you are in the golden era of this country, of this world. The third sector which they have chosen is the other goal are the trade integrating with the world, transport, infrastructure and logistics, city agglomerations and vibrant socio-economic epicenters, tourism, access to critical resources and green economy beyond survival, and the world-class financial sector and balanced regional development. These are the 11 goals have been set for when we are talking about the thriving and sustainable economy. And then the third is the technology and innovation leadership. And I think we have already seen the not only Industry 5.0 technologies, but Industry 6.0 technologies are also coming. The artificial intelligence is playing its very important role in the lives of the people in the industry, and how every youth can understand the value of the technologies, and especially the focus area for this sector is the research, development, innovation, and academic institutions are going to play a very important role. And how can we bring the research, innovation, entrepreneurship embedded as core element of higher education? So how we can enhance the entrepreneurship in food technology? And that's where we need to work in front, and also focusing on, because now when we talk about the infrastructure is not only the railroad, port, and this, but also it is the space, which is going, privatization is happening and going to be, how the commercial aircraft and the space stations program with the other mega science projects that's going to be in place. And the digital public infrastructure, so the digitizing Bharat and beyond, and where the technology is going to play a very important role. And when the entrepreneurs, when we talk in the food technology, how we can promote the entrepreneurship, and we have the more entrepreneurs coming from the food technology than the job seekers. So another focus area is the startup ecosystem for the world, how India can be the global startup capital and the most attractive place for the entrepreneurs to build the businesses. And we need to, Dr. Modi, need to deliberate, discuss with the industry, the policy makers, how Amity can play that very important role in promoting the entrepreneurship. And fourth sector which have been picked up for the Viksit Bharat is the effective governance, with the three goal: transforming governance, reforms, perform, and transform, and the secure nation, the secure society, and effective justice delivery system. And the last, which is very important, India was the Vishwa Guru, Vishwa Bandhu. So when we talk about the Vishwa Bandhu as a citizen to citizen, but when it comes to the education, the Vishwa Guru. And when we talk about the industry, the food industry, we have set the goals, how we can have the capital of the startups. When we talk about the tourism, how we can be the world's third largest destination for the tourism. So for each sector also have been set up the goals. When talking about the logistic and supply chain, how we can be the world's biggest hub for the logistics and all. So everywhere that goals have been set. So as a Vishwa Bandhu, how we can make the India developed role model for the global south. And you as a youth are going to play a very important role. And it ensures security and well-being of the citizen and diaspora with geopolitical conflicts and disasters. But the most important, in the Bharat to leverage its culture, philosophical and democratic traditions emerge as the Vishwa Bandhu, fostering a united and peaceful society and shaping the global governance and the new world order. And it reminds me of our Honorable Chancellor, who has always so much confidence in Amitians and youth of the nation, that they will not just think for themselves, but they will think for the society, they will think for the nation, and they will think for the world, to make this world a better place to live. And that's what is also the goal, the vision for India by our Honorable Prime Minister. And our Honorable Founder President always says that every Amitian will be a success story, and that success mantra was formulated right at the beginning when the higher education or the school education was initiated by Honorable Founder President and Honorable Chairperson Madam, that how to give the value-based education, how to give the outcome-driven education, how to provide the skill and competence-based education, and how to give the global outlook, and also the exposure of the at least one of the foreign language. And what we see today in National Education Policy 2020 and Viksit Bharat 2047, our Honorable Founder President laid the foundation way back in 1990, and when he announced in 1997 that India be the superpower by 2030, and see the great people have the great vision and the great mission, and we all are working together with founders this vision to realize the overall goal of the nation, India as a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And I'm extremely thankful to all the distinguished guests and my colleagues on the dais in the front for being part of this very important international conference, AMIFOST 2024, being organized by Amity Institute of Food Technology. I wish grand success of the conference.
Thank you, ma'am, for gracing us with your presence and taking time from your busy schedule and be a part of 7th AMIFOST. Now may I request Professor Corinne Brugre to please to come on dais and address our student. Professor Corinne, PhD, is a distinguished professor of nutrition at Claremont of Greer University, are renowned in human nutrition and musculoskeletal health, with a focus on the interplay between dietary pattern and health outcomes, particularly in aging and obesity. She leads the Human Nutrition Unit's research efforts. Her extensive background includes investigating the effects of lipid quantity and quality on metabolic processes, especially regarding cardiovascular risk and metabolic disorders, holding key roles such as co-coordinator of graduate track in nutrition, health and mobility, and serving on the committee of scientific experts at ANSES. She is deeply involved in shaping nutrition research and education. Professor Bugai's contribution extend beyond academia, as evidenced by her engagement in various European and private projects aimed at understanding the complex relationship between diet, inflammation, and chronic diseases. Through her leadership and groundbreaking research, she continues to advance our understanding on nutrition's role in promoting health and well-being. Having an experience of over 15 years, ma'am has also published over 35 research papers in various journals of repute. I request ma'am to kindly come on stage and address our students. Let me, ma'am, just share your slide. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a very great honor for me to be here today. So I will try to show you, in my point of view, what is about recent events and future perspective in promoting on a healthier food system. So thanks. Thanks. So I have a short time because we are on late and I'm sure that you are hungry. So I will try to speak very quickly and to see the different slide. So I have no conflict of interest to declare. So first of all, I will try to define the food system. Food system is composed by different subsystems, especially the farming system, the waste management system, the input supply system, and the food system could interact with other systems like the energy system or the health system. And I think there is some echo. Okay. Sorry. And the food system could interact with other system. And when there is a modification of one system, for instance, the energy system, this modification could have an impact on the food system. So that's why it's very important to maintain the food system. And to maintain the food system, there are a lot of main challenges. The first one, in my point of view, is to be able to feed everyone. As you can see on this slide, the total number of world population would continue to increase, and for instance, by 2100, a quarter of people will be aged than more than 60 years old. So that means that population increase. So that means that we have to find food to feed this population. And when we try to have a projection of the food demand, there are two different things that appears. The first one is that the consumption growth of staples are determined by the population, the gross population itself. And when you look at higher values projects, when you look at higher values products, they are fueled by income drivers growth per capita consumption. So there is a food gap, and these food gaps mean that 56% more calorie are need to be produced. So this increase of the production of calories needs a profound change in the agriculture system and also in the global food system. The second important challenge for me is to be able to handle all forms of malnutrition. As you know, malnutrition is composed by two different fact that malnutrition, when you talk about malnutrition, you talk about overnutrition, which means that overweight and obesity. And on the other side, when you talk about malnutrition, you also talk about undernutrition. And in undernutrition, you have two different types. The first one is malnutrition regarding micronutrient deficiency, and especially vitamin A deficiency, iron deficiency. So this challenge is to the fact that there are a lot of people who are hungry, and the undernutrition is an important issue. In 2021, more than 9.8% of people were hungry. So it is important to have a very good food system to be able to feed them. And the second thing is that on the other part, there are a lot of people who are obese or have a high BMI. And when you look at the different projection aspects, as you can see that in 2020, 42% of people have a high BMI, and there is a huge project increase of this number of people, and we will reach 54% of people with a high BMI in adults. And when you look at the children, it's almost the same things. There will be a large increase of the number of children who have a high BMI. So what's part of the solution? Maybe it's possible to improve the sustainable diets. And I show you here the definition provided by the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. For the FAO, the sustainable diets are those diets which have low environmental impacts first, and which are able to provide food secure and nutrition security for all the people present and for the future generation. So sustainable food could be a first issue. But when we try to think about sustainable food, we have to think also about the food quality. And here on this slide, I show you two different parts. On the left of the slide, I show you the food intake in 2017 concerning the healthy food. And as you can see, for all the different healthy food, fruits, vegetables, and so on, for all the world, the intake was suboptimal. And when you look at the unhealthy food, it was the opposite. For all the unhealthy food, like red meat, for instance, the daily intake was excess. And of course, it's very important because it is now well known that the deaths and the number of deaths are attributable to different kind of diet, and especially when you eat a diet with higher sodium, there is an increase of the risk of death. And of course, on the other side, a lot of paper try to describe and to convince us that there are some dietary patterns which have a positive impact on health. And in other parts, when you look at the environmental and the relationship between food and environmental aspect, when you look at the global food demand that includes also loss and waste, you could see that when you look at the meat, for instance, or milk and so on, you could see that the general idea that the Western diet pattern, it's not the right choice, even for the environmental part. So health promoting diet patterns also are able to improve environmental sustainability indicators. So what should we eat to stay healthy and save the planet? The EAT Lancet urged to consume and to adopt a plant-based diet. What does that mean? That means that half of your plate should be composed with vegetables and fruits. And why? Because vegetable and fruits are able to provide a lot of good nutrients like fibers, polyphenols, vitamins and minerals, and some good fatty acids, and all these nutrients have been described to have a positive effect on health. And they are able, for instance, or increase the microbial diversity, decrease the inflammation, and are able also to prevent cardiovascular diseases. And what about India? When you compare the food intake and the quality of food regarding the EAT Lancet as a reference, you can see that in India, the Indians eat more whole grains, but there are less intake in fruit, vegetables, legumes, and also there are less intake in proteins. So, and why proteins are important? Because proteins are very important to be healthy and also for the muscle health. And when you try to compare the protein between protein from animals and plant-based protein, there are differences, and especially regarding the amino acids and the composition of essential amino acids and also the digestibility. And I just show you some results of my colleagues in Clermont, where they are able to show that in rats, in young rats or in aged rats, the fact that you give complementary cereals and legumes are able to maintain the muscle mass in rats, like casein, which is the reference for the muscles. And so it's important to do and to use, for instance, cereal and legumes to increase the quality of protein, of plant food protein. And concerning the digestibility, it is well known that there is a lower digestibility with you eat plant-based protein, but you can increase this digestibility, for instance, by different processes like culinary preparation are known to increase the digestibility, but also with technical process. And among them, there are two bioprocesses that should be used, the fermentation and the germination. Concerning the fermentation, is it a sustainable solution? As you can see on the slide, a lot of people eat fermented food all over the world. And it has been described that fermentation could improve the food safety, especially regarding the microbiotes, and also fermentation could improve the nutritional qualities of the food by reducing the anti-nutrients, for instance. And when the fermentation is also able to deliver some bioactive compounds like peptides or phenolics and also probiotics. So maybe fermentation could be a sustainable solution. And what about germination? For germination, it seems that it would be the same. And here on this slide, I just show you a project conducted by my colleague Marine Guignot. And in this project, she wants to show us the possible health effect of mixed flours, protein, weight, and legume. And in rats, she has described that there is a maintenance, for instance, of the muscle mass and a decrease of the inflammation aspect. So maybe germination could be a sustainable solution because germination breaks down seed dormancy by activating the internal enzyme in the brain. And the consequence is that, like fermentation, there is an increase of the nutritional value of these compounds. So fermentation is an environmentally friendly, convenient, and inexpensive biochemical process, and it could be used in new products for the future food industry. And to finish with some sustainable solution, maybe the 3D printed food could be also a sustainable solution. because it's a very interesting techniques that will be able to use alternative ingredients like proteins and free fibers isolated from insect, algae, or microorganisms, for instance. So 3D printed food could have a beneficial role in food and in nutrition because you can obtain some texture modified diets. You can personalize nutrition development, and also you are able to introduce new nutrients in diet. And also you are able to decrease the waste, so having impact on the food insecurity. So you are able, for instance, in this slide, to change the appearance of ugly vegetables into beautiful flowers. But these 3D printed food are considered as novel food, and there are a lot of challenge to be able to be sure that using 3D foods is healthy for the people, and especially regarding the nutritional quality. And when you look at the nutritional quality, when you have to print 3D foods, you have to use a lot of additives. So if you use a lot of additives, 3D printed food should be considered an ultra-processed food. And it is very important to consider this. And as I wrote my colleague, Anthony Fardet, who will talk tomorrow, if I read the program very well, Anthony Fardet wrote that lead to a stronger glycemic response and lower satiety compared to raw foods, which could have impact on the increase of the chronic diseases. So maybe we have to have a look on the 3D printed foods to see if the impact on human health. So to conclude my presentation, I think that the current food transition aims to evolve towards a diet capable of feeding all the people, keeping them healthy, and also preventing the planet. And during this Congress, there are a lot of teams who are talking about the different things I've just show you. So I'm sure it will be a very great Congress. So thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request our chief guest, Dr. Ashok Kumar Tyagi, Executive Director, Haldiram Snacks Private Limited, to kindly address our students. Dr. A.K. Tyagi is heading Haldiram Group of Companies, Executive Director since March 2014, and as Executive President since July 2006. He is responsible for all matters of the company, including production, sales and marketing, research and development, product innovation, finance, diversification, and expansion. He has directed the company's global strategy for more than a decade and helped the group to increase its market share through expansion, putting various greenfield projects, development of new innovative products, and the company has grown 30 times over the past 17 years and established itself as a market leader in salty snacks with 46% market share and in traditional snacks with 60% market share, and a leading brand within FMCG sector in spite of stiff competition from multinational and Indian companies. He started his career in 1984 with multinational company Wimpy International, a division of United Biscuits Empire, UK. Later, he was associated with Uncle Chips Company Limited from 1988 to 2000 in different capacity, including CEO, and president of the company. In the year 2000, Dr. Tyagi joined Amrit Banaspati Company Limited as CEO. Dr. Tyagi has received various awards on behalf of the company as well as at individual capacity in Uncle Chips and Haldiram. Recently, he has received Food Industry Icon Award, Lifetime Achievement Award in India, Food Forum, Business Leader of the Year Award from ET Now, and CEO Food Company of the Year Award from India Food Safety Summit and Awards by Cinex Group, etc. Dr. Tyagi's interview was published in prestigious The CEO magazine of Singapore multiple times in May 2019, January 22, June 23 in the editorial board. I welcome you, sir. Thank you. Sir. Okay. So, okay, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, to kindly facilitate our Guest of Honor, Professor Maureen, Professor Corinne Bruguier. Okay, I also request Selvamuthi sir and Professor Balvinder Shukla ma'am to kindly felicitate our chief guest, A.K. Tyagi sir. Thank you. सर आपकी PPT शेयर करें. हाँ जी सर. हाँ. शेयर कर दीजिए. स्टॉप शेयर.
रिलीज करो ऑल्सो विलियम.
अच्छा सर प्लीज सुनिए. I request our distinguished speakers, VC ma'am and Selvamuthi sir to kindly release the conference souvenir.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. Respected and Honorable Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, Chairman AKC Group of Companies, respected Dr. Atul Chauhan, Dr. P.C. Balwendra Singh Shukla, Madam, Vice Chancellor Amethi University, Dr. V.K. Modi, Professor and Head of Institutes of Amethi Institute of Food Technology, Dr. Monica Thakur, Dr. Renu, Professor Narendra Mohan, Professor Corinne, Professor Murthy, Professor Tuba, my dearest students. I am thankful for providing me the opportunity to be chief guest of today's great 7th Amethi Conference of Food Technologists and Scientists. I am thrilled to be there here in this great campus of great university. Today, Amethi is one of the most admired university of India. Amethi is leading university in India and creating great leaders. I am proud to be here amongst the team of the great food technologists and the students who are full of talent, enthusiasm, and great zeal. I don't have appropriate word to praise this wonderful event. My congratulations to entire team and brilliant students of the Amethi. Thank you so much. Now I will come to the topic, that is the salty snack, which is the highest growing company in India. The current market is about $12 billion, and it is estimated to reach in the year 2028 $2369. Currently in India, the salty snack market is about in Indian rupees 1 lakh crore. Out of this, 50,000 crore is a organized market and 50,000 crore is a unorganized market. And it is going to be reached in the year 2028 by 2 lakh crore. And it is growing at a CAGR 12%. This is the breakup of the salty snack market. The 17% come from the east part of the India, 37% will come from the north part of the India, and 31% will come from the west part of the India, and 15% will come from the south part of the India. This is the flavor universal in the salty snack. Out of total salty snack, the 50% will come from salted and masala, and 50% contributed with all various flavors such as cheese, onion, garlic, chili, tomato, cream and onion. Snacking consumption is shifting back to on-the-go consumption. Consumers are replacing meal with smaller snack meal. The new consumption occasion like late night, midnight snacking has evolved. Healthy indulge in the savory snack gain and price MRP and 10 to be the lead to the market. These are some of the research we have done with the consumer. The 29% salty snack will be consumed in the early morning, 30% in the morning, 66% in the afternoon, and 59% in the evening, and in the late evening about 45%. These are some research for consumer snacking behavior. That before 12 p.m., the 40% people will consume, after 12 to 4, 42%, and 4 to 10, 44%, and in the night after 10 p.m., 30%. And it is also increasing the night consumption day to day. This is some of the flavor innovation is the key. Intense and bold flavor, just like a chili flavor, contribute 71%, and flavor fusion contribute the 70%, and hot flavor contribute to 45%. Similarly, we have done the research on the flavor category, which has been last in the last 2 years. The masala contribute 13% in the recent launch. Tomato contribute the 7%, and cheese contribute the 10%. This is the chili world of the India. And this some of the global snack flavor profile. The cheese barbecue, cheese and onion, cheese jalapeno, flaming hot and spicy, wasabi jalapeno, smoky barbecue, chipotle, cheddar, smoky picture. So there is lot of the innovation has been done in the masala and seasoning category. This is some out of box idea, just like a 3D shape, heart star, noodle, chili variant, then infusion of the flavor, just like a peri peri plus cheese plus lemon plus sweet, and then millet based research. Now we come to the healthy snack. The global healthy snack market was valued about US dollar 94.59 billion in 2023, and it is growing at the rate of CAGR 7.5%, and it is going to be reach US dollar 180.88 billion by 2032. Healthy snack market is highly competitive with several players vying for a significant market share. The key players in the market are investing heavily in the research and development to develop future of the healthy snack. Currently, the market of the healthy snack is smaller than the regular snack. However, the market of the healthy snack is continuously growing, especially after COVID. The future of healthy snack is very bright. The Indian consumer does not compromise with the taste on the ground of the health benefit. They require indulge healthy snack with additional health benefit. This is very important. You can't eat food just like a medicine. So Indian consumer never compromise in the taste. So our technology should be in such a way so that it not compromise the taste and we can give the additional benefit of the health. Haldiram has been working on indulge healthy snack for the last 5 years. And some of the examples of Haldiram healthy snacks are as follows. Just like a popcorn. We have recently launched popcorn before 2 years. Similarly, makhana has been launched by us before 2 years. Just like a dry fruit, salted, roasted almond, terrell mixture, light mixture, roasted chana cracker, hing jeera flavor, roasted salted peanut, Haldiram oats, Haldiram plant-based snacks, gluten-free snack. According to us, both the market regular snack as well as healthy snack will grow in snack category in the future. This is regarding the Haldiram. Overall market share 60% in Indian traditional snack, 46% market share in salty snack. Most preferred Indian global snack brand in India and across the world. Haldiram is a 80 years old brand and only Indian snack player with sustainable national international footprint. Extremely strong brand equity without any ATL and marketing. Team structure about 15,000, more than 250 products with over 500 SKU. Innovation is our passion. First company in India to introduce branded packed traditional snack in 1990. First company in India to do 100% automation of traditional snack without human interference. Pioneered new way of the packaging such as a zip post, Stanley board. One of the first company to offer traditional Indian street food in hygienic restaurant environment. So these are our trendsetters. This is our global footprint. We are present in across about 80 countries. These are our just like a newspaper cutting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Renu Khedkar, Associate Professor and Organizing Secretary, Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for her vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, sir. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. A.K. Tyagi. Guest of Honor, Professor Corey. Keynote Speaker, Professor Tuba. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, ma'am. Respected Dr. Sivamurthy, sir. Head of Institute, Professor Dr. V.K. Modi. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, and my dear participants. I deem it great honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team of AMIFOST 2024 here at the inaugural session of the 7th AMIFOST 2024 International Conference on Recent Advances and Future Prospects in Formatting a Healthier Food System. We are extremely thankful to Dr. A.K. Tyagi, Executive Director, Haldiram Snacks Limited, for his gracious support and presence at the conference. You have provided great strength to us in organizing this conference. We are grateful to you for taking out your time from your extremely busy schedule and share your wisdom with us. We are extremely happy with the august presence of our guest of honor, Professor Corin from UCA, France. We thank you for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. Our relationship with you shall open new doors of opportunities between the two great universities. We also offer sincere thanks to the keynote speaker, Professor Tuba, Institute of Food Science and Human Nutrition, Hanover, Germany, for joining and sharing your experience with us. We are thankful to the sponsors, Haldiram Snacks Limited, Frontiers Publishers, DS Pulse, Mrs. Bector's Food Specialities Limited, DCM Shriram, Global Cane Sugar Services, Uttam Sugars, Chemical System Technologies, Yakult, and Premier Alkubev for generously sponsoring this conference. Our heartfelt gratitude is for the motivation from our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, sir. Sir, we will not leave any stone unturned to fulfill the dream to make our university reach the top charts. We also thank our Chancellor, Honorable Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, for his vision. This conference owes thanks to the unwavering support from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We also thank Dr. Sivamurthy, sir, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, for always guiding us. Sir, thanks for taking time out of your schedule and bless us. A variety of on-stage and on-stage events shall be conducted over the course of the conference, and we thank all participants, speakers, and sponsoring organizations for their overwhelming support in making this event a grand success. Thank you all. We wish a very pleasant and fruitful conference to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request all to pre-rise for national anthem. We have to sing all together. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जगद तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए सब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे Jaya He, Jaya 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 He. Thank you, everyone. Participants and students who need to present their poster offline can do it after the lunch. Thank you. BSc Rao, Mr. R.L. Tamak, Dr. Himjyoti Datta, Dr. Sunil Parekh, Professor Liu, who will be joining us online, Mr. A.G. Amano, Dr. Neerja Hajela, Dr. Karuna Singh, and Professor Janaswamy and Pradeep Singh Negi. They will be joining us online. I'll start with the technical session 1, and I request session chair Dr. G.S.A. Rao, Mr. R.L. Tamak, and Dr. Him Jyoti to kindly join us on stage. I humbly welcome Dr. G.S.C. Rao, Founder and Managing Director, Global Cane Sugar Service Private Limited. Dr. Rao holds an PhD from National Sugar Institute, Kanpur, and has worked as Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director in reputed sugar companies in India. Dr. Rao is currently heading the company, namely Global Cane Sugar Service Private Limited, GCS, which is a single window service vertical company for the entire sugar cane value chain in India, Africa, Middle East, Southeast Asia, South Asia, etc. Dr. Rao is offering services in sugarcane management, operation and maintenance, engineering projects, and consultancy services for sugar mills, power cogeneration, and distilleries. Dr. Rao is also associated with greenfield and brownfield engineering projects and operation of sugar complexes for more than 3 decades. He was the president of Sugar Technologist Association of India for 6 years and also a member of many national and international association, committees and government bodies associated with sugar industry and has presented about 120 scientific paper in these forum. I welcome you, sir, to the 7th AMIFOST International Conference.
Good afternoon to all the youngsters and the respected faculty of this department or this institution. Thank you very much for inviting us for this session. I really do not know how much we are relevant to the present day topic. However, it's always pleasure to interact or address the young minds because one feels that there is a lot of hope for this country with these youngsters. We belong to sugar industry, myself and Tamak Sahab, and we can only talk about sugar. Sugar is, according to the housewife, when we did a survey of 1,000 households in South Delhi, they said, what to do is a necessary evil. You can hate it, but you cannot ignore it. Same way, there is a food element in the sugarcane and its value chain. The food element is sugar. Then you have other elements which lead to energy, like you have ethanol, which is blended with the petrol. You have bagasse, which can be used as a fuel, or it can be converted into a forage, where it can be a good fibrous material to eat. It is coming up in a big way. Then you have a press cake, which can be used for the fertilizer to the farms, or as a gas. Compressed biogas is a hot subject in the government or in the circles where you can produce a lot of substitute or alternative or along with the CNG. It's a compressed biogas. These are the products which comes up. In the sugar, we always have been talking, and most of the youngsters, when they go to McDonald's or baristas or any shopping coffee shops, they find sachet sugar. So it's a manifestation, it's a market of making sugar edible and in a hygienic way. There are about 80 types of sugars one can make from single sugar, refined sugar. That 80 types are flavored sugars, lemon, ilachi or cardamom, so many types of sugars one can make. And then you have table sugar, you have breakfast sugar, you have a candy sugar, you have the sugar which is called demerara, that's the brown sugar, which is called natural sugar. So these are all the manifestations of sugar, which is big field by itself. And you have a sachets of different type, and you have a markets for that, which is called Horeca. You have modern format, you have hotels, you have a health industry, you have a travel industry, all these things cater to these sugars. So these are the food items not very much appreciated by the medical fraternity community. But let me tell you, sugar per se doesn't give diabetes. It's the calorie intake that is important. So advocacy to sugar, we always say sugar can be eaten, can be used if you are regulated in a way. Now in this session, I have two gentlemen talking about it. One is from sugar faculty fraternity only. Another is from university. He is a ex-student or ex-faculty of this institute. I hope you will really get benefited by their talks. To open the session, I have been asked to talk something about the subject which is there. The novel food products which are being talked. See, necessity is mother of invention. In the event of what is happening in the society, the sedentary life we have, the type of food habits we are getting, the type of the routines these youngsters are having, the novel food are very important. The novelty is we should have an organic, we should have Ayurvedic, we should have a low calorie, we should have fibrous material. All these things are coming. You must have heard in the morning session also, Haldirams have converted from sweet makers to snacks and other things. So a lot of things are happening. We find a lot of revolution is happening in Southeast Asia and in South Korea and other countries for food habits. We are trying to imitate them. And originally we have much more legacy or much more history to have these good food products, which are coming up now. Hitherto we considered as very traditional, very, old, but that old is coming back to new things. So this is a area which has got lot of scope for making careers, for making startups, and new items are coming, and startups are also coming with that. And it is an area which has got a lot of improvement in our whole life in terms of business, in terms of entrepreneurship. And gone are the days when we used to think only particular type of food only we can eat. Now so much of advantage of eating all these things or consuming and developing them, particularly the Horeca sector, hotel, restaurants and these things, Horeca sector or modern format, or these things are marketing. As you all know, the 3 P's of the marketing, price, product and placement, these 3 things work very heavily in the novel foods, and that is the only way. Traditional way of mom and pop stores in the corners are not going to help anymore. With this introductory words, I would now hand over the mic to my colleague, my dear friend, Roshanlal Tamakji, to give his thoughts about the subject. Thank you.
Now I welcome Mr. Roshan Lal Tamak, Executive Director, DCM Shriram Limited. Mr. Lal Tamak heads the sugar business division at DCM Shriram Limited as its executive director and business head. He brings with him 3 decades of experience in the sugar sector that includes setting up green fields projects, acquisition and management of operations in Indian sugar industry during his tenure in leading sugar companies and reputed corporates such as Balrampur, Dhampur, Mawana, and Olam International. He has been actively involved in various international forums in different capacities, namely Chairman of Sugarcane Subcommittee, Indian Sugar Mill Association, ISMA, ex-Vice President of Sugar Technologist Association of India, STI, twice, member in CII, National Council on Agriculture, member in the Global Board of Directors in Bonscrow, London, Technical Advisory Board, TAB in Bonscrow, London. In recognition of his contribution, he has been conferred with many awards and accolades such as Rashtriya Udyog Award for contribution in industrial development, Professional of the Year 2010 and 11 by Sugar Technologist Association of India, STI, Sustainability Executive of the Year 2015 by Parivartan, Frost and Sullivan Certificate for Operational Excellence in Leadership, Sustainability in Action Award by Olam International, Singapore, and Industry Excellence Award 2018 by Sugar Technologist Association of India. It is our privilege to have you here, sir, with us.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Amity, for inviting me giving this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. And thank you, Dr. Rao, who is a veteran of the sector, who is the chairman of this session, and my co-panelist and dear delegates. First of all, I would like to know, because I shall be discussing about sugar. So just by raising of your hand, please raise your hand who has seen sugar factory. 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay. And how many of you, particularly the youngsters, how many of you have seen the sugarcane crop? Oh, sugarcane crop has been seen by so many. Yeah. Wonderful. So the basic idea of asking this, how much familiarization you have with sugarcane crop? It is nice to know that many of you have seen the sugarcane crop. Sugarcane crop is a wonderful crop. A wonderful crop from many standpoints. For example, from carbon sequestration point of view, and also from circularity point of view. From circularity point of view, I mean to say that every product of sugarcane manufacturing process or sugarcane can be used as a valuable byproduct. And as Dr. Rao has mentioned in his speech, that besides sugar, from sugar we can produce manure, we can produce ethanol, we can produce compressed biogas, we can produce dietary fiber, we can produce so many endless products, and every product and byproduct of sugar cane and sugar manufacturing process can be utilized into a valuable product. So from that perspective, it is a valuable crop. Secondly, sugar industry per se. Can you just imagine, youngsters, how many sugar factories are there? I shall be just mentioning a number and just raise your hand. 400? No idea. 500? No idea. So this shows also, my request to you all is, please be little anxious about what is happening in the industrial space. This is absolutely required. Because sugar industry, you will be astonished to know that sugar industry is the largest sector in India in food processing in organized sector. And here we are organizing a food festival, also means the session on food. And food, sugar is the essential ingredient of food. And not not now, since ages, since centuries. Do you know for how many years jaggery has been manufactured? 5,000 years. 5,000 years. You know, in our tradition and culture, in every puja, we use sweets, right? In our scriptures, also, sugar has been mentioned as sarkra. Sarkra is a Sanskrit word. So it shows its importance historically and traditionally. And it has been a part of our food system, of our traditions, of our culture. In all celebrations, in all our celebrations, we use sweet. बोलते हैं ना कुछ मीठा हो जाए. Means we are just discussing the sector which is so old, which has its roots in history. In India, the first sugar factory was set up in 1903. So the first factory was set up. So how many years have passed? But without going into much details of the past, I shall just like you to take through the evolution of sugar. How sugar has been evolved over the period. Previously, jaggery used to be manufactured. Later on, sulfitation sugar came into place. And in 19th century and in 2000 century, sulfitation sugar was 20th century, sulfitation sugar was a dominant player. It was the main product. But later on, as time progressed and consumer preferences changed, the dietary habits changed, and formats of trade also evolved. So refined sugar has come into existence. Here is one technology provider of the refined sugar, major technology provider, chemical system. So now about 20% of the sugar is being produced as refined sugar of the total sector. And India is producing not only for domestic consumption, but also exporting when government permits about exports. So basically what I mean to say, India is the largest consumer as far as sugar is concerned globally. India is the largest consumer. Brazil is the largest producer. India is the largest consumer as far as sugar is concerned. And India has exported significant quantity during last 3 years. We consume about 28 million ton sugar annually in India. And during last 3 years, about 18 million tons we have exported out of India. So what I mean to say, sugar economy is a very important aspect of agri-value chain in India. There are about 600 factories in India which are operating, and this year in whatsoever vehicle you are driving, do you know how much ethanol is in your petrol, the car in which you are driving? Any idea? No idea. 12% petrol which your vehicle is consuming as on date is being produced out of the distilleries established in sugar factories. My sincere request and suggestion to all of you is, please deep dive in all these aspects. This is absolutely essential. And agriculture is the mainstay of Indian economy. Until unless you know agriculture by its depth and breadth, you will not be able to have a holistic view of the economy. So this is my suggestion to all of you. Coming back to the sugar sector. So about 600 sugar factories are there. We produce about 400 crore liter of ethanol annually, and 12% in petrol, 12% ethanol is already there. Government has mandated that by 2030, 20% ethanol will be produced out of sugarcane as well as grain. So That way, in bioenergy space also, sugar sector is playing a very vital role as far as power is concerned. Because lot of thrust is there on sustainability and clean and green power. So basically, from sustainability standpoint also, sugar industry is producing about more than 2,000 megawatt of power, rather 4,000 megawatt of power on national level, which is being exported to the different power corporation of various states. So the power which you are getting is also produced out of the residue that is called bagasse, which is produced out of the sugar manufacturing process. Now, there is Satat program. Satat program of the government is that basically government wants to provide sustainable fuel, clean fuel in the form of CNG. And CNG also can be produced in a very, very cost-effective manner from the press mud, which is again a byproduct of sugar. Two aspects, basically food and bioenergy. Food and bioenergy are the two pathways of agriculture development. And sugar industry can play and is playing a pivotal role both in these spaces, bioenergy also and food systems also. Coming to back, which is the topic of the today's subject, that how sugar has evolved over the period of time. Previously, jaggery used to be produced. Then later on, sulfitation sugar came. Then refined sugar has already been started producing on a big scale. Now, further variants of sugar. As Dr. Rao has mentioned, about 80 types of sugar can be produced and are being produced in different parts of the country as well as globe. Whether it is Demerara sugar, it is this is invert sugar, liquid sugar, there are castor sugar, there are so many sugars. So basically, and there the value addition is being also done at various levels. Fortified sugar, Dr. Narendra Mohan is with us now as Director of the National Sugar Institute. He has done a commendable job on diversification as well as value addition of various products. And sugar is certainly one of them. They have developed so many variants which are helpful not only in taste and nutrition, but also from different, they have different flavors also. So those products are really adding a lot of value to sugar. As far as industry is concerned, industry is coping up with the changing consumer behavior and the trade formats. For example, like in DCM Shriram, what we have done? We have converted our plants and producing about 65% of the total sugar as refined sugar. So this is a significant step. And this is just demonstration of our approach, of our agility, that with the changing time, we have also changed our manufacturing and plant configuration to produce the sugar which is required by the consumer. Secondly, like in modern retail, there are so many retail chains, whether it is Reliance or Big Basket or Flipkart, there are so many which you purchase online basis. And the packaging sugar. The packaged sugar is also has gained popularity over the period of time, particularly after COVID time, when it was felt that touch can create some problem. Therefore, the concept of packaged food has grown up significantly. The sugar industry has also started taking steps in that direction as well. And now many sugar factories, many progressive companies have started packaging sugar in different packing, whether it is 1 kg, 5 kg, 10 kg, 20 kg. And not only that, as in you must be seeing in all hotels and restaurants in Horeca segment, like these sachets are available in market. So many sugar companies have also started producing sugar in that format as well. Besides that, beverage companies like Coca-Cola, Pepsi of the world are the major buyer of sugar. And there also, in terms of packaging also, there is a change, significant change. Now they are preferring sugar to be packed in 1 ton packing. So previously it used to pack in 100 kg. Then the legislation came then in 50 kg. Now both in lesser quantities and both in higher quantities, packaging is being done, and many sugar factories are producing sugar in 1 kg, 1 ton packing also. So that is also a step being taken forward. Coming to one normal myth, because everybody is there, and nowadays we are very conscious of health, and there is a lot of discussion that sugar is detrimental to health. So I consciously want to touch upon that issue. So, my dear friends, there are certain myths, there are certain facts. And fact of the matter remains that sometimes there is more propaganda than substance. So as a enlightened customer, as an enlightened consumer, you should verify the facts. And as Dr. Rao has rightly mentioned, it is not about any product, whether it is sugar or something else. The beauty lies in moderation. How much you are consuming and how much you are spending. It is about the calorie intake, how much calorie you are just consuming and how much you are spending. And the beauty is in moderation. Anything which is taken in moderation cannot be harmful. And sugar has been our traditional food since ages. So there is no harm in that. But as far as you should maintain a optimum balance of your diet. So this is the only thing. And please verify there is no empirical evidence that sugar is harmful to health so far. But industry is trying that. As a responsible industry, we should place the right facts before the consumer, and then it is the choice of the consumer to consume whatsoever he wants. So this is about sugar and health, which is a normal debate everywhere. So as far as the future of the sugar industry is concerned, particularly related to the sugar consumption part of sugar, my view is that because dietary habits are changing and consumer preferences are also changing accordingly, our socio-economic fabric is also changing, our trade formats are also changing, legislation is also changing. Now there is more stringency on regulations as well. So therefore, industry is coping with all these aspects and taking necessary steps so that as a responsible sector, we produce the right quality of products. There is a lot of focus as far as sugar factories are concerned on hygiene, food safety and quality standards. There are a lot of technologies in place, and industry has geared up and coped up with the changing requirements of the consumers all around, and has geared up to fulfill the needs of the consumers. In the times to come also, I am quite hopeful that industry will be playing a major role in meeting the bioenergy requirements of the country and the food requirement in terms of sugar of the country. With all these words, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our next session chair, Dr. Heem Jyoti Datta, faculty from Mizoram University. Sir has over 9 years of teaching experience in the field of food science and technology. An MSc and PhD from Tejpur University, Dr. Datta is an active researcher in the areas of rice science and technology, food biopolymers, traditional food of Northeast India, and their value addition. A former assistant professor of Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University, he is currently serving in Mizoram University. He has investigated research and development projects funded by DRDO, DBT, SERV, and UGC, and has guided 5 PhD and more than 15 MSc students during his tenure. He has published more than 40 research papers, review articles, and book articles, and edited books relevant to his area of expertise. He has filed patent for 2 interventions. I welcome you, sir, to 7th AMIFOST.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. The chairman of the session, delegates, the Amity Institute of Food Technology. I'm thankful to the organizing team, Professor V.K. Modi and his team, for inviting me today for to speak in this international conference. So I'm Dr. Himjyoti Datta. Many of the people in here know me as I was a faculty member of this institute from 2015 till 2019. In 2019, I have joined Mizoram University, the Department of Food Technology. So the topic that I have chosen is innovations in novel food, novel Indian ingredients, a call from the mystical Mizoram. The thing is, how many of us actually know where Mizoram is? Can you please raise hands who know where Mizoram is? Okay, so I think maybe 80% do not know. So if you know how many of you know about the northeastern region of India? Almost all. So in the northeast India, the southernmost part, the bottom tip is Mizoram. And Mizoram has two international boundaries, one with Bangladesh, another with Myanmar. The area is 21,087 square kilometers, mostly hilly. It has, as I told, two international borders. And 90%, more than 90% is comprised of hilly terrain. So it's a hill station, you can say. So you can, like Manali and Shimla, you can also visit Mizoram for a break. 85.41% is forest cover, which is the highest in India. So mostly it's a forest land. It has about only 12 lakhs population and 95% are tribes. It has a huge 91% literacy rate, which is one of the highest in India. It has an agro-based economy, and that agro-based economy, it depends mostly on shifting or zoom or slash and burn type cultivation practices. You can see they burn the hills, they burn the forest, and they cultivate their crop in there. And also semi-organized cultivation of the wild vegetable. This has to be mentioned because since it's mostly wild, mostly forest, the things that those are edible and grow in the forest, the people have started semi-organized cultivation of those produces coupled with animal husbandry. So it's basically a low concrete, resourceful living. The amount of concrete is comparatively lower than places like this, but the standard of living is quite high, and that this particular state has been established as the happiest state in India. People are the happiest. So it's not the concrete development that makes people happy, but there are other definitions of happiness. If you go to a vegetable shop in Mizoram, most of the shop vendors are ladies. So that has to be again mentioned. Here, you will get most of the vendors are males. Almost 90% or 99% vendors in Mizoram you will find are ladies. So in a typical stall like this, you will see different green vegetables, different colorful vegetables. Some of the vegetables you will know, many of the vegetables will be unknown to you. And if you want to know any place, then visit the market, see what the people eat, and we become what we eat. So if you want to know the people, you see what the people eat. And the simplicity of the people you see, you will see. So people will be placing the price tag and there will be no shopkeeper, and they trust people, they trust the customers so much that The customers also buy the thing and leave the money on the table and they can go. That level of trust. So it is very difficult, but it is important to understand the livelihood of the people, because food is something which relates to the livelihood and relates to the societal structure. And it also adds to the great the great status of Indian food. So these foods that the people of Mizoram are consuming are also Indian foods, but are lesser known, but are ignored. And the philosophy and curiosity on food develops at home. So what I tell my students, that if you are interested to do a course on food technology, then you should also enter the kitchen and learn about the food that you are eating. So the learning of food, the science of food, it starts at home. And the saying that let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food is actually practiced in that state by the local tribes. So it has a rich heritage of ethno-medicinal practices. People eat, so through their diet actually they cure certain diseases. So that ethno-medicinal practices, that Ayurveda practices are still prevalent in that place. So this was the background of the state before 2019, till when there was no institutional food technology or food research in the state of Mizoram. Then came in 2019 when they started the institutional food research in Mizoram. Before that, we had in Tezpur University, in Northeastern Hill University, in CIT Kokrajhar. Then in Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh, we have started food technology programs. So our Department of Food Technology was established in 2019 with MSc and PhD in food technology programs. And one of the main objectives is to primarily concentrate on the rich regional biodiversity and varied food practices of the region and do researches on those. So our programs, both MSc and PhD, are research focused. Rather than placements and all, those will always be there, but we are more research focused. And within the span of 5 years, we have been able to attain 6 projects. 19 publications we already have. We have filed 2 patents and 2 conferences have been organized. These are our collaborators from NIFTEM Thanjavur, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, NIT Agartala, DRDO, ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition, and of course, MIT Institute of Food Technology also. So to start, regarding foods, one of the common thing that comes from Northeast India is the Manipuri black rice. So we have been doing some researches on Manipuri black rice. And for doing a research on Manipuri black rice, we initially did a SWOT analysis. So the strength at our place in Mizoram is high. This particular variety of rice, which is primarily grown in Manipur and is a GI tag of Manipur, it has high antioxidant concentration, is aromatic, and hence it's commercially popular and has potential for developing into adaptogenic products. There are certain weaknesses like low acceptability as a staple food grain. The aroma of the grain, the color of the grain, and its sticky nature is not liked by many people to be consumed as a staple grain. It has a low production and a high price in the national market. Our opportunity is high market demand, high local availability, and we have the desired research facility that has been given to us by DRDO and DBT. And it can be used as functional ingredients and developed into specialty products rather than consuming it as a staple grain. So this black rice, it's a picture taken from Amazon. So you can see it per kg, it's not even a kg, it's 750 grams, it costs 309 rupees in Amazon. But in our places, it is in plenty and it can be sold at lower prices. So from this particular rice, we have developed, using it as an ingredient, we have developed the bouillon cube. So in the bouillon cube, you know, bouillon cube, one example is this Maggi masala cube. So this Maggi masala cube, it is considered under a category which is called the bouillon cube. And for for binding the ingredients, for binding the masala particles, we need some binders. So generally fats, hydrogenated fats, and some other binders are used. On that place, and that for that particular purpose, we can use this Manipuri black rice or any sticky rice. So that we used, and we developed the Boolean cube, and we found that it is a better and safer than hydrogenated fats used as binder. And this preparation process was optimized using RSM, and the final product details are given in here. Under the microscope, we could see the particles of the black rice. They could uniformly bind the masala particles, the coriander particles. And when you put it in hot water, it can be dispersed in 29 seconds, which is very ideal. Then we did a storage study of it also. So what we found that if we store it in vacuum packages and put it under refrigeration, till 20 days, the properties are retained. So the study was for 20 days, but we have done it further also. So till 3 months, we can store it under refrigeration if you are packing it in vacuum. We have also did some color analysis, so there is no major change in color during the storage, and we have also done an antioxidant analysis of the product. Nachos, which is a very popular product these days, and the chips, the traditional potato chips have been replaced by nachos these days. But many of you may not know that the nachos preparation process, it involves a step called nixtamalization. The corn flour is subjected to treatment by alkali, and alkali residues are still in there when you are consuming nachos. It is basically a product of corn. For munching, we have developed a nachos-like product, or we have called it nachos only, from the black rice. This product has been already developed using this particular process. This is the total protocol. And these are the different nachos from black rice that we have developed, and it's under a project trial by DRDO, and it will be targeted for the armed forces of the country. This measurement food journal. And there are some other works. I am basically a person who works on rice. So some other works are also being carried out. You know, Assam is known for flood. How many of you know that Assam is known for flood? Every year, there will be at least one flood. The land will be devastated. So the nature has given us flood, and at the same time, the nature has also given us certain rice varieties which are flood resistant. So when the flood water will come over the paddy field, there are some paddy, there are some rice plants which can move over the level of the water, and they can grow over there. These particular varieties, we call them bow rice. And these flood resistant bow rices, some of which are also pigmented varieties, colorful varieties. So we have also started working on those. With that picture, I don't know what happened. With in Amity Institute of Food Technology, with a PhD student of this institute, I had also worked on extraction of nanocrystalline cellulose from rice husk. So the rice husk is a big waste from the rice industry. So we have extracted out nanocrystalline cellulose, and currently some works on application of the nanocrystalline cellulose is being carried out. There are different kinds of traditional rice beers consumed in Northeast India. So we are also working on these traditional rice beers. And one particular product which is called Haz, it's a traditional liquor consumed by the Ahom community of Assam, has already come to market. That work is not our part, but I'm just mentioning it that these particular rice beers have potential for marketability. Citrus or the nimbu that you consume with when you are consuming your meal, the nimbu or the nimbu sarbat that you make or sikanji that you make, that nimbu is a citrus. So Northeast India, it has got different citrus species. It's a whole source of citrus germplasm. So around 17 distinct species of citrus are grown in Northeast India, and the Department of Biotechnology has a dedicated citrus scheme for studies on this citrus species. So we have been working on 3 citrus species: Citrus macroptera, Citrus maxima, and Citrus lemon. The problem with the citrus species of Northeast India is the juice portion is the juice portion is less. The citrus has 3 parts, a distinct part: peel, albedo, seed, and the pulp. The pulp is used to extract the juice. The peel, albedo, and seed are the waste material, basically. So these parts are bigger in the Northeast citrus. All the species you will find bigger albedo layers. So we are not concentrating more on the juice that can always be extracted, but we are more concentrating on the peel, albedo, and seeds. So we are working on essential oil extraction and application of essential oil for food uses as well as non-food uses in cosmeceuticals also. In situ application of essential oil. When the essential oils are still inside the peel, we are trying to use the peel as a source of essential oil, or the goodness of essential oil, by using the peel itself. We have been making some drink powder formulation, and we have already developed non-destructive bitterness inhibition in juice. Most of the Northeastern, especially this pomelo, the Citrus maxima juice, is bitter in taste. So there are different techniques. People have been working on different techniques to remove out the bitterness components from the citrus juice. It is a big part of the whole mechanism of the citrus industry. But during this separation of the bitterness compounds, the health benefits of the bitterness compounds are also removed out. So we have developed a method by which those bitterness components can be retained within the juice. The goodness of the bitter compounds can be retained. So the citrus juice will be non-bitter, but the components will still be in there.
Dr. Datta,
Yes.
how many slides you have more?
I'll be concluding in 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have been doing some value addition by blending, and we are wanting to do 100% utilization of these 3 species of citrus. And we are also working on shelf life enhancements of the wild edible vegetables of the region. You can see in the picture, Mizoram background, it looks like this. So it's full of hills and forests. So the wild edible vegetables, we are trying to add shelf life to those, and so that the local farmers growing those can be benefited. From local, we are not coming from global to local. We are starting from the local, going towards the global. So different aspects we are considering, and accordingly, I hope we shall be able to collaborate with you people, collaborate with other institutes. We'll be able to acquire more research funding, and we'll be able to preserve our ethnic knowledge and go towards innovation and sustainability in the forest-led region of Mizoram. Thank you. So these are some pictures of my lab mates, my students and all. We often go out for trips. So this is how Mizoram looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now may I request our HOI sir to kindly come on stage and felicitate Professor Narendra Mohan sir. I may request Professor Narendra Mohan sir to come on stage.
Sorry, मैं फंस गया जरा।
Sir, I may request to session chair also. I may request Professor Narendra Mohan sir and HOS sir to kindly felicitate Dr. GSC Rao with a memento.
आपको क्या करना
जल्दी जल्दी
I just read to
and also to Mr. R.L. Tamak sir with a memento. I may request to be on stage, sir, and kindly felicitate Dr. Him Jyoti Datta.
Come young man. Good to see you, huh? Very good. Huh? Great, all the best.
And lastly, sir, and lastly, one of our sponsor, Chemical System Technologies, Mr. Anup Kesarwani.
Thanks for supporting.
This will bring us immense pleasure that Dr. Rao and Dr. Tamak has been our esteemed sponsors as well. Thank you, sir. And thank you for sparing time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, may I welcome Dr. Sunil Parekh, Professor, Post-Harvest Technology and Dean. I may request Dr. Sunil Parekh, sir, to come on dais and kindly felicitate Dr. Anamika Thakur.
नहीं ये पूछा थे आइए मैडम
Dr. Sunil Parekh, Professor, Post-Harvest Technology and Dean, Postgraduate Studies and Director IQAC of Department of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, NIFTIM Kundli. having a specialization in post-harvest management of fruits and vegetables. Sir has completed several research projects supported by ICAR, World Bank, DST, DBT, USAID, etc. He generated technologies for extension of shelf life of fruits and vegetables, fresh cut, and their processed products. Dr. Parekh has published 105 research papers, technical bulletins, 50 popular articles, and 52 book chapters to his credit. Dr. Parekh is a series editor of innovation in post-harvest technology from CRC Press, Taylor and Francis, USA and UK. He is editor of 5 SCI journals, namely Nature Scientific Reports from Springer's, Journal of Food Quality, Hindway, Journal of Food Chemistry, Willy, Journal of Food Processing and Preservation, Willy, and Folia Horticulture, Polish Society of Horticultural Sciences. Sir has started new journal from 2023, namely Food Safety and Health from Willy as associate editor. Dr. Sunil Parekh is also serving as co-editor-in-chief for future post-harvest and food from Willy. He is the recipient of Fellow of the Society for Horticulture Research and Development India, Amity Academic Excellence Awards 2020, Academic Excellence Award of Mobilization Society, IOED, UN affiliated body, in 2019 and 2021, and also served as international jury chairman of 11 countries in India Asian Grassroots Innovations Forum at Cambodia and speaker in the workshop on smart transformation of agribusiness at Philippines. It's our honor to have you, sir, on this occasion. I welcome you to the dais, sir.
So good afternoon to all of you. This is the most difficult session, post lunch session, where you sit here. रोजाना बनते हैं. Yeah, so good afternoon to all of you. This is the session on the food valorization, particularly on the byproducts valorization. So we will talk on the food byproducts valorization with respect to the fruits and vegetables particularly. So if you see, and for this industry, this valorization is one important. Because in the earlier we talk about the linear economy only, where you get something, process it, and you have some products. But what about the wastage that we generated during the processing and during the post-harvest losses and in the food plate also? So in that context, our circular economy is very important. And in that way, your valorization of the byproducts besides from the main product is more important. So if you see the byproducts utilization and how much generation of the byproducts are there. So the global studies say that in the fruits and vegetables, there are the around 40% of the product is the wasted and it is the food byproduct. In our country, the post-harvest losses in the fruits and vegetables is around 15%. Nowadays, it is not a 30% or the 40% for which we talked earlier, but the recent studies are said that it is around the 55% to the 15% in most of the crops. But if you see the byproducts in the processed industry, then it is around the 40% wastage is there in the cereals, 24%, roots and tuber crops, 19%, and likewise in the oils and the pulses are the 3% losses. So how we can utilize this? So until or unless if you are not knowing that in the supply chain where these losses are there and in which crop or in which sector the losses occurred. So if you see in the fruits and vegetables particularly, so most of the losses are in the primary production sector also. Then there is the processing and the manufacturing losses are also there. Then distribution and the retail sector losses, consumption losses are there. So this is all these losses are in between the 40 to 50% in the fruits and vegetables. So why this valorization is matters for us? So number one is they are the polluting agents. They impact the environment. So to reduce this impact on the environment, we have to utilize all these byproducts from the processing sector. The other impact on the environment is the carbon footprinting and the water footprinting. So how much you produce and if you are wasting in the processing sector, then there is the more on the account of the say your carbon footprinting also. So we have to neutralize that, then create the new revenue streams for the food producers by converting products into some valuable products, and particularly in the phytochemicals extraction you can do from these byproducts. And yes, we have talked about the circular economy and it contributes more to the sustainable food systems also. So here if you see the challenges in the valorization, so first and the foremost challenges is the technological difficulty. So how you can use the technology for the large scale production from these byproducts. So in that way, we have some of the solvents also. Then now we have the new technologies like your ultrasonication and the PEF systems also for the extraction of these phytochemicals. And the low energy efficiency is the another problem in this sector, and high cost of the conventional extraction processes. So we should be shift from these conventional extraction sources to the new sources, particularly from the ultrasound and some other things. And the use of the non-food grade solvents during the conventional extraction processes are the other challenges. So there are the various examples of the valorized byproducts. In this, the number one is the fruit peel that is wasted during the processing industry. If you are going for the beverages or juices, jams or the jellies, then there is the lot of the waste of the fruit peels. So these fruit peels are generally the sources of the pectins. Then other one is the nut shells, where the shells can be utilized for the carbon production systems and for the biofuels also. In the coffee grounds, you can see it can be composted for the fertilizer for the use of the crops. Then meat, poultry and the fishery sectors, there are the various byproducts like bones or the inedible parts, skin and feather horns. So how we can utilize all these byproducts for the industries. Then the valorization technologies, if you see, there are the various types of the valorization technologies for the byproducts, and the extraction method is one of the very important things. So in the by these extraction method, new extraction methods, you can generate the new avenues like the vitamins or the antioxidants and the dietary fibers can be generated. Then fermentation is one of the other technology by which we can utilize these byproducts. Then upcycling technologies can transform byproducts into the new sectors. So here the biorefinery is a concept where we can utilize this, and in the biorefinery pyramid, if you see, we can generate the energy from these byproducts. We can having the food, animal fertilizer and the biofuels then some sophisticated and some precious ingredients like your fine chemicals or the food and the health supplements and the chemicals can be generated through these byproducts. So here you can see some of the examples that how these bioproducts can be utilized. So the mixed food waste in the potato peel waste or the along with the banana peel or the household waste, then you can convert it into the bioethanols by the enzymes and hydrolysis and then fermentation technologies. Likewise, your soya molasses can be converted into the glycolipids biosurfactants by utilizing the fermentation technologies. Dairy wastes can be generated the polyhydroxy butyrate compounds, and likewise the carbohydrate rich food waste can be converted into the biohydrogens. So all these technologies are there for the utilization. So the current applications of the food byproducts and the food waste, if you see, then fruits and vegetables waste and the byproducts, in which the major byproducts are the peels, pulps, and the pomaces, then stalks and the leaves and the seeds. So these can be utilized for the conversion into the natural bioactive compounds. Then underutilized seeds and some of the non-conventional legumes and the seeds are also there. These can be converted into the unconventional sources of the oils. Then dairy byproducts can be utilized for the oligosaccharides with the prebiotic functions, and then fish and the meat industry or waste and byproducts can be converted into the protein hydrolysates with the bioactive peptide. So this protein hydrolysates is an emerging sector, you can see, in the byproduct utilization, and now most of the protein hydrolysates are being manufactured only from these byproducts only, not by the main products. So there are the various key technologies also in the development factors are there. So your micro and the nanofiltration technologies are also there. Then solid state fermentation or the enzymatic hydrolysis, then study of the peptide absorption technologies are there. So these can be converted into the final products and we can better utilize our byproducts. So if we especially talk about the fruits and vegetable processing wastes and the byproducts, then you can see that there are the various types of the industry are utilizing your byproducts. Say for example, peels from the grapes or the apples or some other kind of the seeds of the avocados. They can, having the 15% higher content of the polyphenolic compounds than the pulp. So you can extract these polyphenols from these waste also. Then the pectin and these fractions are obtained from the carrot residues nowadays. Then by containing the beta carotenes, luteins, and the tocopherols. So there are the few phytochemicals that can be extracted from these peels and these wastes. So here you can see that how we can utilize all these things. So in the apple processing industries, when you squeeze the apples, then 75% juice is converted and 25% apple pomace is there. So how we can utilize this 25% apple pomace? If you are not utilizing this, then it is the burden on the environment also. And many of the factories are closed due to the non utilization of these pomace, and there is the no clearance of the environment also. So here you can see this more than 40 lakh tons per year of the pomace is generated from this industry. So how we can utilize? So this can be utilized for the conversion into some of the acid hydrolysis, and then we can having the distillation, and then finally we can convert them into some usable products, and your noodles or the bread or meats and cakes can be fortified with all these pomaces after the conversion by some of the enzymatic technologies. Then the other example of these byproducts is like your citrus fruits in the pomelos or the pomelo peels. Then in the sugar beet pulp or the orange peel is also there. So the ultrasonication is one of the technology that we can recommend now. Microwave is the another one, and supercritical CO2 extraction is the finest technology, you can say, or the high hydrostatic pressure or the HPP technology is also there. So we can convert them, or we can extract some of the phytochemicals from them, and then these phytochemicals can be utilized for the food fortification also, for the your some of the medicine industries also. So these are the some of the ingredients which can be used in the pharmaceutical industries. So here, this is the overview that how we can utilize and what are the avenues in the fruits and vegetable processing bio-waste. So you see the anthocyanins can be extracted from the bio-waste, and these anthocyanins are very rich in some of the fractions of the cyanidine or the malvidins. Then the betalins can be extracted from the water. These both are the water soluble pigments. Then the lipid solubles are also there. Say, for example, the carotenoids or the chlorophylls. And you can't imagine that now this chlorophyll industry will come in a bigger way in the next 2-3 years, where the chlorophyll batteries will be available. And by these chlorophyll batteries, you can generate even the powers. So this is the new way of the utilization of these byproducts. So all these natural pigments can be utilized in the pharmaceutical industry, and ultimately they give the antioxidants, antimicrobials, immunity enhancers, or the anti-cancer pigments to us. So these biotechnological aspects are also there, and in particularly in the mango peel waste, where we use all these biotechnological potentials in our laboratory also, and so how we can dispose of all these bio-wastes. So the biotechnological potentials, you can see the production of the ethanol is one of the major area nowadays. Then the wine fermentation, enzyme productions are also there. So various enzymes can be extracted, and all these enzyme industries depends on these type of the bio-waste. Then lactic acid fermentation is there. The new area is the single cell protein production. And even this your mango peel is utilized for this single cell protein production and biogas. From the decades we are utilizing all these things. And nutritional valorization is also there, and the other valorization routes like your removal of the heavy metals can be done through the use of this mango peel. So the production of the ethanol, and here you can see what is the role of the technology for the production of the ethanol. Just yielded the 5.13% of the ethanol. But if you use on supplemented with the yeast extracts, then 40% increase in or the enhancement in the bioethanol production. So this is the power of the technology. Likewise, in the wine fermentation also, mango peels can be utilized that. Then enzyme production also there. So CMCAs or your other enzymes can be produced from this mango peel. Single cell protein production is the another area where you can work, especially our youngsters can be work in this area, single cell protein production. And this has the good future now. Then source of the pectins, and from the decades we are utilizing all these peels for the extraction of the pectins. Phenolic antioxidants are the other ones. So the primary metabolites as well as the secondary metabolites can be extracted, particularly the antioxidant with the antioxidant capacity. You can extract all these phytonutrients. Then the functional food ingredients are the other ones. So in the functional food ingredients, if you convert them into the usable form, and then directly you can fortify or you can utilize them into the some of the products. Then removal of the heavy metals. This is again your new area. So the bioabsorbent acts as a biosorbents, and by biosorbents you can remove the cadmium and the lead heavy metals from the aqueous solutions. So here is the role of the nanotechnology is also very important, and if you convert them in the nano products, then your efficacy will be increased. So the other one is the antimicrobial compound production or the pharmaceutical excipient productions are also there. So in nutshell, we can say that all these bioproducts are the biofactories, you can say, where you can utilize them for the phytonutrient extraction, for the wine production, for the enzyme extraction, for some of the ethanol type of the things, fermentation technologies, and if you can convert them into the usable form, then directly you can use them as a fortified or the fortification of your other food ingredients also. So these technological advancements are there, but still there is some of the challenges for the utilization at the large scale. Then multi-sector collaborations are required between the academia, industry, and the government agencies. Product diversification is the other way. So how you can generate the more type of the products, then regulatory support and the standards is the other one. Still there is the lack of the standards in this area, and we are continuously working for these standards. Then consumer education and the awareness is other one, and the circular economy is one of the most important factor for the utilization of the bio-waste. So all these are the things that in all these things. So with these words, I thanks to the organizers for giving me the opportunity here on this subject. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Professor Liviu Gurgulsliu, Editor-in-Chief, Carpathian Journal of Food Science and Technology, and also an Associate Professor, Faculty of Science, Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, Romania, to join us for the session. Having experience of over 20 years in the field of food technology, red wine technology, fermentive technology, microbiology, and food safety. Having a publication of over 76 research papers, of which 50 in international database and 25 in IS-rated journals. Have authored and co-authored 4 books in the field of fermentation and technologies and biotechnologies, food. Member of research team in 10 national and international projects. Member of Romanian General Association of Engineering, and also a member of UNESCO Cartagena Wine and Culture Dijon, France. I welcome you, sir, to the 7th AMIFOST.
Thank you very much. I don't know, did you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, perfect. I will share my screen. Okay, and my presentation, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, thank you very much. So for the first, I would like to thank you for the committee for the opportunity to be here at AMIFOST conference. It's the first time for me that I'm being in your country. I'm coming from Romania, from the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I think to the next period that we could make a very good collaboration between our universities, because in Europe there are a program Erasmus Plus, and in that program we can exchange stuff. We have mobility for the professors and for lecturers, and we have possibility to exchange students from the first level, second level, and PhD. So I think this is the first step for us to be together, to start a new possibilities to cooperate, and in to the near future we will enlarge our cooperation. I would like to present today at our section problem that we are concerning regarding the waste food and the possibility to reduce the waste food in food chain. And my presentation are coming to the before presentation in the same subject of research. So red light chromatic treatment effect on chemical and microbiological properties of tomatoes during preservation. Introduction. The study was published in Scientia Horticulturae since with 2016, and I am the member of the committee of the researchers. Regarding the tomatoes, Solanum lycopersicum are widely consumed worldwide due to the high content in bioactive phytochemicals. To reach consumers, tomatoes are transported over short or long distance, fruit transported over long distance, long periods, need to allow to ripening during transfer. Short distance is very good. The food chain with short chains are very good for the foods. But if we need to transport in the long distance, the tomatoes need to be ripening at the pink or red color, and the fruits are extremely, if they are incorrect stored, they are spoiled very quickly and there are damage. Several studies have been conducted in the field of prolongation, the shelf life of red tomatoes, exposure of ultraviolet light, and modified atmosphere packaging, being a viable alternative in retaining the attributes of the fresh product. Usually, during the storage and transport, there are losses in firmness and the weight, and time to time, the parameters give an indication of the quality of tomatoes. Environmental stress can induce cuticula breakage. This is the big problem with the tomatoes after the cuticula are broken. And the fruits can affect by Botrytis cinerea infestation. Material and methods. Biological materials consist in tomatoes provided from open field grown with weight between 150 and 160 grams and size between 40-50 millimeters. All the fruit are in the maturity stage, was visually inspected to avoid any damage and contaminated with molds or other microorganisms. We determined the tomatoes wax and the chemical composition of wax by Bauer method from 2004. Use the extract of the wax from fresh and stored tomatoes. The same method can be applied for the grapes and for the other fruits. The total amount of extracted wax was obtained from the sum of all wax extracted from investigated tomatoes. Each tomato's fruit was spherical. We determined the smallest and the biggest diameter of individual fruits, and the mean values was obtained and based on its surface by calculation. The same, we determined some index for the quality of cuticula and the quality of tomato. The cuticula wax contact angle, the liquid vapor interfacial force, the surface tension, critical surface tension, and wettability. All of this index was experimented by wettability, and all the surface was measured between initial moment T0 and final moment after preservation. The same we use FTIR spectra to determine the composition of cuticula. Lycopene content by method of spectrophotometry in tomato powder was introduced in a solution of hexanol, ethanol, and acetone in proportion to 1:1, and investigated by Perkin spectrometer at 472 nanometer. The microbiology efficiency of red light exposure against microbiological spoilage was investigated regarding total molds and yeasts on tomatoes surface. Regarding the results, the first view was about the total quantity of wax on the surface of tomatoes. There was three determination at the initial moment, storage 4 weeks in darkness, and storage 4 weeks in far red light intensity color of light. And the same, we determined the composition of wax regarding hydrophobic fraction, hydrophilic fraction, and Naringen-Charcon fraction to compare with the literature to the domain. Exposure to the darkness not influence significant the wax specific amount. Far red light exposed increased by 1.16 times wax specific amount. Regarding the method of Bauer, revealed in the same study in red tomatoes, they determined a fraction of wax between 21.2 at hydrophilic fraction, 15.3 hydrophilic fraction, and 63.5 Naringen-Charcon. Our results suggest a larger proportion of hydrophobic fraction. This is the good fraction for the preservation of tomato during the period of keeping in preservation area, and was increased 1.11 times than dark preservation in dark spaces. The tomatoes stored in far red light displays a glossy appearance that can be seen in the next picture. Due to the change in wax composition that affect the light reflectance characteristic of tomato surface. This picture present the two kind of preservation in darkness and far red light, and the moment 0, starting moment, and after 4 weeks of storage. The reflection was about the glossy of the surface and the wax composition. Regarding the values of cuticula wax, contact angles, and wettability. In the table 1, we present the values of contact angle determined at the first moment 0, 4 weeks in darkness and 4 weeks in far red light. And the good view can be expressed by spreading coefficient WS. That coefficient was the best at the 4 weeks in far red light, better than 0 moment, and the moment of preservation in darkness. The scanning electron microscopy present at the samples from the 0 moment, 4 weeks in darkness and 4 weeks in far red light. The reduction in the contact angle is accompanied by the significant decrease of the polar component that can be present in this point, and indicates the diminishing of wax ability to establish polar interaction due to higher hydrophobic nature, and therefore an enhance of affinity to establish non-polar bonds. Overall, the hydrophobic fraction preserve very good the surface of tomato, keep it in far red light than in the darkness spaces. Another image of SAM was determined in pericarp and the derma from the surface of tomatoes. At the zero moment, 4 weeks storage in far red light and 4 weeks in darkness. The microstructural changes in the pericarp tissue of stored tomatoes in relation of the fresh tomatoes were defined and individualized contours of the layer CL are dime size of pericarp cells should be considered to explain the difference. The more hydrophobic nature of the wax, determined in the far red light exposure, improve its dispersion of the cuticular surface, the adhesion of the cuticular layer, and implicitly the profiling of the cellular walls. Lower hydrophobic of the wax in the darkness exposed samples blurs the image to a certain extent. Regarding the weight loss and firmness index in tomato during storage. In all of the samples, we can record low weight loss during the storage of the samples in far red light than the darkness storage of tomatoes. Weight decrease from a week to another week is significant, not only within each batch, also between batches, between far red light and darkness. At the end of storage, the far red light exposed tomatoes had lost 4.45%. Then darkness exposed lost 6.80%. The same conclusion can be drawn for the fairness on index for the tomatoes. Keep it in far red light and darkness. All the time, the fairness index was better in far red light storage. Regarding the lycopene, an interesting evolution can be remarked in lycopene. After 1 week, the content in lycopene increase in the storage in far red light than the storage in darkness. Most of the samples exposed at red light record an increase of lycopene compared with the others. Only after 4 weeks of storage, difference changed between the lycopene levels in far red light and darkness. The loss in lycopene is favored to a greater extent by far red light exposure than darkness. Okay. And the microbiology, the far red light exposure significantly reduced the sensitivity of tomatoes to mold and yeasts. All the invasion as opposite to the darkness exposure. Far red light exposure reduced the multiplication rate of yeasts and molds, clearly slow it down. The microorganism increased on the surface of darkness stored tomatoes. Far red light exposure diminished the colonization of tomato surface with yeast and molds. And the conclusion, tomatoes subject to the far red light storage have an extended shelf lives compared to stored in darkness. Far red light stimulate the wax biosynthesis not only in larger proportion but in more hydrophobic composition. The wax quantity is little bit the same. The microbiological charges was more diminished in the far red light exposed tomatoes than in darkness exposed, with factors depending by direct action against microorganisms, tomatoes morphology and wax composition being to the zero moment. And the positive influence of far red light on tomatoes preservation can be addressed to provide far red illumination in industrial warehouse, resulting in the prolongation of tomato shelf life and in the reduction of food waste and financial loss. and thank you for your attention.
सर रिपीट कीजिए.
Professor Livio, are we audible to you?
Yeah, he is there with us. Professor Livio? Okay.
Professor Livio, you have been muted, I think. IT team, we request you kindly unmute Professor Livio. Yes, sir. Please unmute. Please unmute.
Sorry, I give the space for for the next presentation.
Yes. Professor Livio?
Yes. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yes, it was a nice presentation. So my support is that you have mentioned about the Erasmus program. So MIT University is very much interested to have a collaboration on this program, and we can submit a joint research proposal. So to work out this, we'll in touch with you so that we can submit a joint proposal on this subject.
Yes. I think it's a good opportunity for us to start this kind of collaboration and to exchange teachers and students between our universities.
So our students can have a exposure with at your institute, and your institute students can visit us.
Yes.
So
thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I may request sir to kindly felicitate Parekh sir with a memento.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We move towards our technical session 3. The theme is food for health and well-being. And I invite our session chair, Mr. A.G. Amano, Dr. Neerja Hajela ma'am, Dr. Karuna Singh to the stage. Thank you, sir. Mr. A.G. Amano is currently the Managing Director of Yakult Danone, India. He was one of the selected founder members to launch the world famous scientifically validated probiotic drink Yakult in India. He was closely involved with senior government officials, dairy associations, and regulators to get the necessary approvals for manufacturing and marketing the product in India. With an MBA from prestigious university in US and more than 35 years of experience in the industry and prestigious tenure in Japan and the Middle East, he has yet again been assigned the very important and challenging role of heading the India operations. Mr. Romano is excited about this new opportunity and is committed to imparting good health and happiness to the people of India, which is in line with the company's corporate philosophy. He will deliver this promise through the signature probiotic Yakult, which will help to improve intestinal health and immunity for better and more productive life. I welcome you, sir, to the 7th AMIFOST International Conference.
Namaskar, everybody. Hello, students. कैसे हो? मेरा नाम H. अमानो है and मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर ऑफ याकूल्ट इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. मुझे इतना आदर देने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Professor P.T. Modi and Dr. Monica Taku, for inviting me on the stage and giving me some time to address everyone in the 7th AMIFOST International Conference today. As introduced, I recently come back to India, actually last year. So this is my 8th year in the work in India. I opened 15 years ago the Indian market, and from Delhi to South India and West, all India. So it is very nice to come back and doing the same job again. Here, let me have a quick survey. Who knows Yakult? Please answer. 90%. Who has had Yakult before? Oops. Okay. 50%. Who drinks Yakult regularly? What? 15%. Great. You are supporting my company and myself. Thank you very much. If not yet, please try Yakult. We are sampling outside. Thank you. The reason why I ask you this question is that initially no one knew Yakult 18 years ago when we launched, and even the world of probiotics. So now, nowadays, surprisingly, many people know about our brand and also the concept of probiotics. So on behalf of the company, I must show my sincere gratitude and respect to you. And the Yakult Danam. And Yakult become much more well known now. Yakult is a Japanese. Well, Yakult is a Japanese company, which was established in 1935. It's almost 90 years ago. And our founder, Dr. Minoru Shirota, dreamed that Lactobacillus casei strain Shirota, LCS in short, that would contribute to the enhancement of people's health by preventing diseases. He believed that healthy intestines leads to a long life, because the intestine is very important organ in the human body, where all nutrition from the food you eat is absorbed. Yakult is a scientifically proven product and a unique strain of bacteria, LCS, and it's backed by the more than 100 human studies across the world, which have shown that regular consumption of Yakult helps improve digestion, build immunity, reduce the risk of respiratory infections, reduce the risk of breast cancer, and also lower the stress and anxiety. So I recommend the student to drink Yakult during your examination so that it reduce the stress and anxiety, and also you have a good sleep. Okay? Now, I believe that probiotics have unlimited possibility and a bright future. In regards of the food safety, one of the objectives in this conference, in India, we have obtained the product approval from FSSAI and have also been granted the GRAS, that generally recognized and safe, a certificate by US FDA. Therefore, the safety of the product has been proven, and Yakult is safe for consumption by everyone above 1 year of age, and including pregnant women and the elderly. We always highlight food safety and security. Yakult Dano India set up our own factory in Sonipat, Haryana, 15 years ago, and with the state-of-the-art and its Japanese standard of quality. We deliver this leading probiotic product to retailers by on our chilled distribution system to secure the cold temperature all the time from the factory to the consumers. Also, we have unique distribution system called Yakult Lady. We have hundreds of Yakult ladies in India who deliver the product directly to your doorsteps because the temperature is very important. Lastly, I just want to share one topic from my country, Japan, regarding the food education. The Japanese government promotes this education system to schools called Shokuiku program, which means a food education program. The food education refers to learn about eating and how to make good meals and improving eating habits. It is an important education for children to maintain a healthy body and make correct eating habits. I can say it is an amazing program. Of course, some schools provide Yakult or milk product with LCS in their meal program. So, well, let me close my part now. And once again, thank you very much for giving me the time, my speech, and I wish AMIFOST a great success. I'm sure the conference for 2 days will provide informative and meaningful discussion to all of you. Thank you. Dhanabad.
Thank you, sir. I may request Dr. Neerja Hajela ma'am, Head Science and Regulatory Affairs, Yakult Denon, to the dais. Dr. Neerja Hajela has done her PhD in biotechnology and has a special interest in probiotics. She is currently the Head of Science and Regulatory Affairs at Yakult Denon India Private Limited. She has over 20 years of experience and has worked in organizations like Ranbaxy Laboratories Private Limited and Biocortism India Limited. She is involved in the development, planning, and implementation of scientific programs, including clinical trials for the company. She handles all the regulatory issues and ensures compliance related to the category and individual product. She works closely with healthcare professionals, and scientists to advance the science, promote evidence-based clinical use, and improve consumer understanding of probiotics. She is associated with the Asian Federation of Societies for Lactic Acid Bacteria. She is a member of the Gut Microbiota and Probiotic Science Foundation, India, that aims to establish credibility for the science of intestinal microbiota and probiotic in the country. She is a member of the Scientific Committee of the Probiotic Association of India. She is also a member of the Governing Council for ILSI, India Knowledge Centers for Functional Foods, Gut Health and Immunity. She has presented at international and national conferences and has several publications in peer-reviewed journals.
So thank you for that very, very elaborate introduction. And it is so heartening to know that more than 90% of you have heard of Yakult. I think 50% have had Yakult, but only I think 20% continue to have Yakult on a regular basis. So let's try and understand why probiotics are so important. Okay. So why your gut matters? That is basically the title of my talk. And before I begin, I would like to really sincerely thank Professor V.K. Modi, Dr. Monica, the entire team for this very, very kind invitation. So I'm going to talk about why your gut, which is one of the most neglected organs of the human body, and why it matters so much. So according to World Health Organization, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just the absence of disease. We all know that there is a triple connection between nutrition, gut health, and well-being. And as I go along my presentation, you will understand why that is so important. We've all heard this. We in fact heard it only today, that you become what you eat. But what you eat also depends on what you digest and what you absorb. So very recently, you know that, you'll be surprised to know that 1/5 of the world population is in India. And 1/3 of the malnourished children are also in India. And not only children, but even adults and the elderly are malnourished. You all must have heard, being nutrition students, you all must have heard about hidden hunger or micronutrient deficiencies. About 2 billion people across the globe, they suffer from hidden hunger. And again, half of that population happily resides in India. And now we know that India in the last decade has undergone a socio-economic transition, and therefore there has also been a nutrition transition. And while we continue to battle with undernutrition, but we also see that we are leading towards obesity and overnutrition. So at this point, India is battling with the triple burden of nutrition, which is undernutrition, overnutrition, and hidden hunger. So very recently, the National Institute of Nutrition, our primary institute, which brings out the dietary guidelines, has revised the plate for the day. And clearly what this plate says is that we require all macro and micronutrients. But what is very, very important is moderation is the key. So when you look at cereals and nutri-cereals, you require 240 grams. When you look at pulses, eggs, and flesh foods, you require 90 grams of that. Fats and oils, the good fats, you require 27 grams. Nuts and seeds, 30 grams. Fruits, 150 grams. And vegetables, that is 350 grams. So if you have this plate for the day, you're going to ensure that you get all the nutrients, both macro and micro. But more than 2,500 years ago, a very, very wise Greek physician said that all diseases begin in the gut. So despite the fact that we are having a very, very healthy, balanced diet, unless and until the food that we are eating is properly digested, the nutrients are properly absorbed and delivered to the body, that food has little or no meaning. So rightly, death sits in the bowel, and a bad digestion is the root of all evil. Now, very interestingly, ITC had conducted this survey, and this was done on 538 mothers from 6 major cities of India. And surprisingly, 56% of the Indian families reported digestive health disorders. So I think it's time for us to pause and understand why this is happening. So what makes the gut such an important organ? While we know it is the site for digestion of food, absorption of nutrients, excretion of all your waste, but 70% of the body's immune system is found in the gut. So the gut is not just about digestion, it is also the largest immune organ of the body. And this is simply because it has the highest surface area which interacts directly with the external environment. So the gut has to be prepared to recognize what is not good for the body and act accordingly. Not only that, it also has its own enteric nervous system. So there are about 600 million neurons in this nervous system, and about 2/3 of your neurotransmitters, your dopamine, serotonin, is again produced in the gut. So it is known as the second brain of the human body. And what is even more interesting is that in the last decade, we have discovered that we are more bacteria than human cells. And you have a good 100 trillion bacteria in the intestine. And if you were to weigh these bacteria, they weigh almost 1.5 kg in weight. And they are referred to as the forgotten organ. Now, these bacteria, what are they really doing for us? They have very, very important roles. The most important is protective role. So they are your first line of defense against pathogens, and they displace or inhibit the growth of pathogens by competing for nutrients, for receptors, and producing antimicrobial substances like bacteriocins and lactic acid. Second, what I said was that 70% of the immune system is located in the gut. So these bacteria play a very, very important role in building in the proper growth and development of the immune system. And thirdly, they help in digestion of food that the body cannot digest, and they produce what are known as short-chain fatty acids. And what these short-chain fatty acids do for you, they reduce your gut pH, improve motility, and help in. But there is no ideal gut flora. So you have the good, the bad, and the ugly. So as you can see on the left side, you have the good bacteria, which are lactobacillus and bifidobacteria. And these basically help in inhibiting the growth of harmful pathogens. They aid digestion, they help in stimulating your immune response and protect you from infections. And on the other hand, you have these red bacteria, which are your harmful pathogens. And what they do for you is they cause intestinal putrefaction, they cause diarrhea, constipation, name it, all diseases are linked to an increase of these good harmful bacteria in the gut. So what becomes very, very important is the balance of the gut bacteria. So once the balance is disturbed, or if the harmful bacteria increase in numbers, what you have is you have a state of dysbiosis. And you'd be surprised to know that this dysbiosis or the imbalance of the gut bacteria are linked to several diseases, including diarrhea, including allergies, including obesity. Almost 25 different disorders are linked to an imbalance of the gut bacteria. And not only that, when the balance of the bacteria is disturbed, you also have an imbalance of your immune system. And therefore, you have less immune fitness, and you have IBD, IBS, allergies, and obesity. So how many of you have heard the word probiotic? And what is a probiotic? The definition is given here. Who will tell me exactly what is a probiotic? Any one of you? Nutrition students? Nobody? So these are bacteria which reach your intestine alive in very large numbers to give you a scientifically proven health benefit. So what happens is most of the food that we eat, the bacteria are killed in the stomach. But probiotic bacteria have the ability to go through the stomach and reach your intestine alive in very, very large numbers to give you a scientifically proven health benefit. Then what are prebiotics? Anybody? So prebiotics are nothing but the food for probiotic bacteria. So these are foods which are not digested in the small intestine. They'll reach the large intestine in an undigested form and serve as food for the good beneficial bacteria. And then what are symbiotics? This is very simple. A combination of probiotics and prebiotics is known as symbiotics. So according to WHO, this definition of probiotics, I'm focusing on probiotics today. They are live microorganisms which, when administered in adequate numbers, confer a health benefit on the host. So now if you were to do a PubMed search on probiotics, you will find more than 8,000 publications. And studies have been done in infants, in children, in adults, in elderly, And there's a lot of scientific data suggesting the benefit of probiotics. So I'm taking you through some of the scientific studies. This was a meta-analysis of the use of probiotics in GI disorders, and it is 84 randomized controlled trials, more than 10,000 subjects, and 8 different GI disorders, and the probiotics were tested for their ability to prevent these diseases. And as you can see here, probiotics had a positive effect across all the 8 GI disorders. Now, when it is said that when you have a high-fat diet, there is an increase in the harmful bacteria in the intestine, or an increase in what is known as endotoxins or lipopolysaccharide. Now, when there is an increase in the endotoxin, they increase the intestinal permeability. This LPS then enters into your circulatory system, causes tissue inflammation, insulin resistance, and leads to metabolic disorder. So again, this is another meta-analysis of 9 clinical studies which showed that probiotics could be helpful in reducing the incidence of metabolic disorder. Very interestingly, during COVID-19, patients who had COVID-19 infection or respiratory dysfunction also presented with GI symptoms. And viral nucleic acid was observed in the fecal samples and the anal swabs of patients with COVID-19. And the ACE2 receptor, I think many of you heard about the ACE2 receptor, was abundant both in the intestine and in the lungs, suggesting a gut-lung crosstalk. And at that time, China's National Health Commission, suggested the use of probiotics to COVID-19 patients to maintain the balance of the gut bacteria and prevent bacterial infections. This is very interesting. According to this very high-profile report, they suggest that 10 million people will die by 2015 just because of antimicrobial resistance. And therefore, there is a need for interventions which can limit the use of antibiotics. So this is again a systematic review, and this assessed the use of probiotics compared to placebo on antibiotic utilization for common acute infections in otherwise healthy people of all ages. So this included 17 randomized controlled trials done in infants and children, and probiotics were used for preventing respiratory infections, digestive tract infections, and otitis media. So there were 13 formulations comprising of lactobacillus and bifidobacteria, and the duration of the probiotic supplementation was anything between 4 days to 9 months. And infants and children who received the probiotics to prevent illness had a lower risk of being prescribed the antibiotic as compared to those who did not receive the probiotic. So clearly indicating that probiotics has a wide application. Now, many of you must have heard about the gut-brain axis. So this is because the bacteria in the gut, they produce what are known as neurotransmitters like dopamine, serotonin, all your neurotransmitters. And there is a bidirectional communication between the gut and the brain through the vagus nerve. So all your neurotransmitters can actually interact with the brain through the vagus nerve. And signals from the brain can modify your motor, sensory, and secretory modalities of the GI tract. And in turn, signals from the gut can actually influence stress and anxiety. So there is a lot of data which has shown that the gut bacteria can influence not only gut health, but almost every other aspect of health. So coming to Yakult, so way back in 1930, we had scientist Dr. Minoru Shirota. He was a Japanese scientist. Country. And a lot of people were dying because of cholera, because of typhoid, because of dysentery. And what Dr. Shirota believed was that by displacing or replacing the harmful bacteria in the gut with the beneficial bacteria, he could reduce the incidence of illness. So what he did was that he isolated this strain of bacteria, Lactobacillus casei shirota, and used it to make what is known as Yakult. And this was launched in 1935 in Japan. And ever since its launch, it has helped in improving digestion, building immunity, and therefore almost 40 million people today in 40 countries and regions are consuming Yakult for its health benefit. So if you look at this organism, it is a homofermentative organism. produces lactic acid as the end product of fermentation. So obviously it survives the gut, it reaches the gut alive, and it produces lactic acid, which then decreases the harmful bacteria, reduces harmful substances and the risk of infection, improves gut motility and thereby your bowel movements, optimizes immune system and reduces your risk of cancer. So these are all health benefits, but it is not a medicine, not for treatment of a disease, but just for improving your gut health and reducing the risk of infections. So this is how it works. There has been some very fundamental research on this bacteria. It increases your beneficial bacteria and decreases harmful pathogens and toxins. Secondly, it improves gut health by decreasing your transit time or improving bowel movements, improving stool consistency, diarrhea, antibiotic-associated diarrhea, inflammatory bowel disorders. And we all know about NK cells. What are NK cells? These are natural killer cells. They are a part of our innate immune system, and these cells can recognize cancer cells and destroy them. So consuming Yakult can increase your NK cell activity and also increase levels of salivary IgA, which is a mucosal antibody, and thereby reduce the risk of cancer and upper respiratory tract infections. Also, there have been studies, like Amano-san said, that there is a decrease in your stress hormone when you consume Yakult for a long period of time of at least 8 weeks, and improvement in your sleep quality. So this is a very interesting study. This was done at the Loughborough University on 84 athletes. They were given 2 bottles of Yakult for a period of 16 weeks or 2 bottles of the same drink without the probiotic bacteria. And as you can see here, the subjects who had the probiotic for 16 weeks had a 50% reduction in incidence of diarrhea. And clearly, as you can see here, there was an increase in the salivary IgA in those people who consumed the probiotic drink, Yakult. And this was not seen in the group that did not get the probiotic. And as we all know, salivary IgA helps to reduce respiratory infections. So that could be the possible mechanism by which this happened. Again, this was a very interesting study. It was conducted consecutively across 3 years. And this was done on Japanese medical students. They were appearing for their 4th year of examination, which is very, very stressful. And when they consumed Yakult for a period of 8 weeks, just before the examination, the levels of salivary cortisol were significantly lower. So as you can see here, both the placebo and the probiotic group, there was an increase in the stress hormone, but the increase in the LCS group or the probiotic group was much lesser than what was seen in the placebo group. Also, your physical symptoms such as abdominal symptoms and cold-like symptoms were significantly lower in the LCS or the probiotic group as compared to the placebo group. So today we know that 63% of all non-communicable diseases, we have a burden of, out of every 10 people, 7 people suffer from an NCD. And recent studies have shown that the pathogenesis of NCDs is linked to poor gut health. So today there are recommendations for the use of probiotics. You have the World Gastroenterology Organization recommending the use of specific strains of probiotics for GI disorders. You have World Allergy Organization recommending probiotics during pregnancy, during breastfeeding, and in weaning products after exclusive breastfeeding. And you also have the SFAN, which recommends the use of certain strains of probiotics in children. In India, we have the Food Safety Standards Authority of India. So they have brought out the nutraceutical regulations in which probiotic and prebiotic foods are one important category. And as you can see here, what is very important for any product to classify as a probiotic is that that particular product must contain 10 to the power 8 cell-forming unit of the probiotic per recommended serving size per day. And when you look at a probiotic product, it must give the complete name of the bacteria, that is the genus, the species, and the strain. You would have seen a lot of products which just say probiotic dahi. But unless and until it has a complete name, that is the genus, the species, and the strain, it is not a true probiotic. Also, the number is very, very important. So that number of 10 to the power 8 CFU is very important. The recommended serving size, the storage conditions, and not for medicinal use. If you go onto the FSSAI website and you pick up these regulations, you will see that they have listed out 31 bacterial species which can be used as probiotics in food. And what more, they are traditional, they are lactic acid bacteria, they're used as a part of our food, so safety has been evaluated. There is a very low level of infection, pathogenic potential is very, very low, but they need to be used with caution in immune deficient patients. They are not drugs, they are not alternates or substitutes for conventional therapy, but can be used as adjuncts with conventional therapy for better health outcomes. So I end my presentation with this quote that what lies behind us or what lies before us are very tiny matters compared to what lies within us. And I'm talking about those 100 trillion bacteria which are now referred to as the forgotten organ. So any questions if you'll have, I'll be very happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. नोट कर ली I request our HY sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Prabjot and Dr. Tinkle KS. The offline poster presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I call our third session chair, Dr. Karuna Thakur, Professor, Nutrition and Dietetics, Sciences, Sharda University. Dr. Singh has worked for over 9.5 years at Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University, Noida. Ma'am has a teaching experience for more than 19 years. She has guided 7 PhD scholars and have completed 6 of their thesis. She has guided more than 50 master's level of theses and projects. Her area of interest in research are maternal and pediatric nutrition, food product development, and therapeutic nutrition and functional food. Have authored more than 40 research papers in journals of national and international repute, 15 chapters in books, and presented more than 40 papers in conferences. She has published 3 patents and 4 copyrights. She has also handled projects awarded by government agencies like DST and BIREC. She has also worked on various industrial consultancies. She has also worked actively in organizing faculty development programs, conferences, and webinars. She is a life member of various reputed professional bodies like NIN, Mushroom Society of India, Science Congress, and so on. I welcome you, ma'am, to the 7th AMIFOST.
Thank you, Sunan. And thank you for changing my name from Karuna Thakur, from Karuna Singh to Karuna Thakur. So I am Dr. Karuna Singh. So first of all, thank you very much, Dr. Monica Thakur, Renu ma'am, Modi sir, for inviting me for to back to my place where I have given 9 big years of my productive years. Thank you very much for calling me. The topic which I am going to discuss today is for these 18 to 25 years of age students who are sitting in front of me. So I hope you all will enjoy. The point which I am going to discuss is dietary energy density and body composition analysis. But in this, I will share my research work, which is which will focus on association of dietary energy density and this body composition analysis as a tool to just assess what you call as obesity, overweight, or changes in the body as a tool. What do we call as, in place of BMI, we can use various other tools so as we can find prior that we are suffering, we are going to suffer from various problems in the near future. So my topic is basically on that. So diet high in energy dense food, such as ultra processed food, which we all used to have, cold drinks, chips and all, which we used to have in our lunch, and various food which are very much high in sugar. I'm not saying sugar is bad, but if we are consuming more sugar sweetened drinks, sugar sweetened product, then they have been found to have greater association with obesity and chronic illness. To bring to your kind notice that in developing countries, also we are prone to obesity, as Neeja ma'am has just told us that we are suffering from we are just fighting at 3 ends. Malnutrition, in which we have severe cases of SAM, severe acute malnutrition, but at the another end, we are having obesity also in our young generation, again, 18 to 25 years. Young adults often have energy dense diet. There are many reasons. I hope those who are in hostel, they can understand this because of certain preferences for what you call as packaged convenience food, for not to cook in hostels. We don't like to cook. We don't like to eat what is there in our home. So we just move to convenience food. And this category is very much available in the market, easily available at our doorsteps. So moreover, young adults are more at risk age group for weight gain and developing chronic disease in the later life. These days, after COVID and also before COVID also, we just come across various news that so-and-so person, while dancing, the person fell off, and because of cardiac arrest, there are many reasons for those cardiac arrests and those deaths. But one of the most important and significant factor is change in our dietary pattern, change in our human behaviors, change in our lifestyle patterns which we are following. And for that, we have to think again, and we have to start thinking at this age in which you are sitting, that is 18 to 25 years. So these are two scientific publications which I want to show you. Young adults 18 to 25 years of age are prone to overweight and obesity during this transition phase, that is from adolescent, when you are moving from school and you are moving to university. So at that particular time, there is this transition also lead to various other transition in our body. And level of obesity and overweight further can lead to cardiovascular diseases. This is one example and many more. I'm not saying that it will lead to, but it may lead to. And there are certain low measures, there are certain various methods which are available in which I would like to take you to a new term, that is normal weight obesity, which is very much prevalent, which you will see later in my slides, that this normal weight obesity is very much prone in young adults, which is later on, which can convert into metabolic imbalances in the later life. So first term which I took is dietary energy density. So dietary energy density is basically the term which means mobilize or metabolize energy content in kilocalories per unit of food, and it is obtained by macronutrients and moisture content of the food. Food which is, as you know, that we have protein, carbohydrate and fat, which is providing us energy. Along with that, alcohol is also important aspect. So more the macronutrients, more is the energy density of your food. But in that also, there are various other things that is known as energy density. So energy density value, which varies from 0 to 9 kilocalories, and are influenced by water content and macronutrient content of the food. And this table is basically tell us what dietary density is. So on a day-to-day basis, people generally eat similar amount of food. So we take a particular grams of food every day, we eat that. So whatever we are choosing defines our energy density. So a bowl of your watermelon is equivalent to 1 teaspoon of your oil which we are using. So energy density of both the things and the fulfillment of your diet or satiety of both the things you can understand. So water is the major component determinant of dietary energy density, and water contribute more than the weight to the food and then any micronutrient. Thus energy density are not necessarily those high in fat, but also those which are dry. So water content is very important. Water, air, all these things are important when we are talking of this dietary energy density. Body composition, I will not take more time here. So body composition, you know it very well. Component of fat-free mass and what is the component of body weight. This is the composition which is different in boys and girls. But if we are not eating properly, if we are not concentrating on our dietary potential or dietary intakes, it will create a problem. So these are the various methods by which we can assess our body composition of the body. So I have used BIA machine for this. And why I use BIA machine for this study, which I will discuss later on in the coming slide, is because it is non-invasive method. It is inexpensive method, and it provide a relative more in-depth study of the molecular or tissue levels of our body composition. So weight, height may show that you are okay, but if we go inside depth in body compositions, then we can find difficulty is there at the molecular and at the tissue level, which further may lead to various other problems. So measuring body composition, especially the energy needs and nutritional status, is very important due to its important clinical applications. And in this study, which I'm going to discuss right now, we just try to evaluate the association between dietary energy density, nutrient intake, body composition among young age students, basically 18 to 25 years. So these are the objectives. So I directly go to methodology part. So this is a part of a big project. So I'm just putting a small part of it. So total sample size on which we study this particular aspect is 301. And age limit is 18 to 25 years. Non-chronic health issues is the also inclusion criteria. And these all are university students like you guys. And data collection is done by using food frequency questionnaire, 24-hour recall. So nutrition students knows what exactly is this. Anthropometric measurements are done, and BI machine is used to find out fat-free mass and what amount of percentage of fat is there in our body. And then further statistical analysis and dietary energy densities are calculated. So general informations are calculated, and these are the various ways which we have done. So if I talk of the result of my studies, they are out of 301 population, 24, that is 7.97% of population were found to be underweight, but alarming is 19.60 were overweight. But this number, that is 72.4, density or BMI, who is at normal level. The problem is in that particular age group, and I will discuss later on in the slides. And the problem again is sedentary lifestyle, which we are following. That is also one of the important factor which is affecting our way, or what is you call as lifestyle pattern, and which further lead to various complications. So we use a questionnaire and we try to find out what are the various reasons which are affecting, what are the factors which are affecting food preferences in this particular age group. So there are certain biological factors: attractiveness, hunger, taste, varieties, then physical and economical factors like income, availability of the food, convenience of the food, appealing, cost, especially in hostelers. Then social factors, that is online networking, availability of food, online availability of the food and all. Then psychological factors, beliefs, values, norms, stress, body image, and then demographical factors are responsible for various preferences and development of various preferences at this particular age group. One of the important finding in this study, which is very much alarming, is consumption of ultra processed food, which is increasing day by day. And as ma'am has just informed us, that a particular plate which is given by an iron is very much important here. So ultra processed food consumption is increasing up to 20% among the study population, and that makes us a problematic factor. And in this also, contribution of ultra processed food, in which we are just when we are analyzing it, around 20% of the total energy is coming out of it, and 13.2% fat content is coming out of it. I'm not saying it is consumed once in a whole day. Around 20% of your, around 13% of the fat content is coming from these ultra processed food. This is a problem. I'm not saying fat is bad. Fat is always good. And this basic characteristics, if I talk of, the thing which is here important is the statistical significance difference when I am comparing female and male and overall population. There is a significant statistical significant changes as seen in terms of weight, in terms of height, in terms of BMI, fat mass percentage, fat mass, fat-free mass, visceral fat. And when I am comparing it with dietary energy density, which I have just informed you how to calculate it, it is showing a significant difference. That means we are just concentrating on more of the dietary energy density, which we need to manage at this particular age. This is the comparison of dietary energy density and BMI. When we compare all the three things, it is showing again a significant difference is there when I am comparing all the three groups. That is, as we are concentrating more on this energy density, and this is affecting our BMI. And again, there is a what you call as association between dietary energy density and body composition in terms of BMI, in terms of fat-free mass, in terms of fat mass and fat-free mass. Not fat-free mass, in terms of fat mass. So fat content is increasing inside the cell, inside the body, and that is what we are doing with our body types. So dietary, in our studies, we just divide our dietary energy density into 4 parts. That is low energy density, medium, and high energy density, generally very low, low, and high. We don't find any very high types, but we can divide into 3 types. That is low, very low, and medium type of energy intake. And that it is showing that energy intake is very much significantly affecting our dietary intakes and nutrient intake, which is alarming. So there is a significant difference in dietary energy density among undernourished, normal weight, overweight, and obese young adults. And dietary energy density is associated with BMI, fat mass percentage, and fat mass. Result also reveals that lack of significance association was found between dietary energy density and fat mass and visceral fat. The reason might be that because we are concentrating on 18 to 25 years, till that time, such type of changes not happened as such. And our study confirms a profound effect of energy dense diet associated with lower quality. And this is what exactly we found. So I here would like to just recommend that we need to just rethink what we are eating. We just need to rehash our what we are eating. Just have to calculate what type of diet we are having. More of the dietary fat and addition of water in your diet will help you a lot. And when we are planning a particular type, that water doesn't mean Coke. So further, if I talk of further scope, there are various, this study is going on in our department, and further longitudinal intervention researches are going on, and we can reach to a particular result in near future. Phase angle analysis is also going on, which can help us as a biomarker to predict what type of problems we are going to face in near future, and this is how we are working. These are various studies which we have gone through, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank my team who has worked a lot to find out these results and to just help me up to reach to this level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I request our HOI sir to kindly felicitate Mr. A.G. Amano with a memento. I request our convener and organizing secretary to come on the stage. Monica ma'am, Renu ma'am. I request sir and ma'am to also felicitate Dr. Neerja Harjela. I may also request sir and ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Karuna Singh. I request our guests, speakers, and students to kindly join for tea. And next session is online, so you may can join the session by using the same Zoom link as of inaugural session. Thank you, everybody. Tomorrow's session will start at 9:45 and collect the certificates after the valedictory session. Thank you.
ठीक है मैं पेमेंट देखते हैं ठीक है बस ये नहीं
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible, Dr. Sunay. Yes.
Okay. So we'll start with the technical session 4, and for that I request Dr. Srinivasan Janaswamy, Associate Professor, Dairy and Food Science, South Dakota State University, United States. Faculty in the Department of Dairy and Food Science, South Dakota University, USA. Sir has more than 25 years of research experience that constitutes interdisciplinary research at the frontier between carbohydrate chemistry, material sciences, and life sciences. His research program on functional carbohydrates is about designing and developing biodegradable packaging material, novel carriers of bioactive compounds, water purification, and plant nutrition. His research is supported by $6.41 million funding from NSF, USDA, NIFA, USDA FAS, Burlock Program, USDA, USDA FARI, ELI, North Central Regional Sun Grant Center, South
Dr. Sunay, extremely sorry for interrupting. I think Dr. Swami has some problem in joining the session. I think we can continue with Dr. Pradeep Negi sir's session. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Is it, ma'am, is it?
Yeah, it's visible. Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, ma'am. Dr. Pradeep Negi, sir, PhD, Certified Food Scientist, Chief Scientist and Head, Fruit and Vegetable Technology Department, Professor, Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, CSIR, Central Food Technological Research Institute, Mysore. Sir has been listed among top 2% researchers in the field of food science, awarded with Raman Research Fellowship for the year 2016 and 17 of CSIR New Delhi, conferred with the designation of Certified Food Scientist by the International Food Science Certification Commission, USA, in April 2013. Bestowed with Dr. J.S. Pruthi Award for the year 2017, Lalji Godho Samarth Nidhi Award for the year 2013, Professor Jeevan Singh Sidhu Award for the year 2007, and Young Scientist Award for the year 2004 by Association of Food Scientists and Technologists, India. Sir has been a professional member of Institute of Food Technologists, USA. I welcome you, sir, to the 7th AMIFOST 2024.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for nice introduction.
Thank you, sir.
Can I upload my slides?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir, you are audible as well.
Is it visible? Slides are visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
And moving also, no?
Yes, sir, it's moving also.
Should I start now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Good evening to all. Let me first thank organizers for giving me this opportunity to present a little bit of my work on 3D food printing. And just I'm going to correlate with sustainable food system. As you all are aware, 3D printing is a well-known concept in automobile or other industries, even small toy car to aeroplane. Many parts are manufactured by 3D printing, but in food it is relatively new. So today what we are going to see a 3D printed food, which is not just a food prepared. It is crafted with precision, tailored to individual needs and created to maintain the sustainability. So we will explore the potential of 3D food printing in revolutionizing our food system, promoting both health and sustainability. So before I start, just I will give a brief of history of 3D food printing especially, or 3D printing, if we say that started with the first 3D printing invented by Charles Chuck in 1984. The technology used was stenolithography. And then 1998, there was first 3D food printer, first 3D printer model was released. And when we talk of food, most of the development has taken place post 2000, where many kind of food printers were developed by different companies. Like 2007, Fab Home developed a printer to print cake or Nutella or chocolate. Then 2013, NASA also entered in this 3D food printing space. And then 2014, Foodini 3D food domestic food printers were released. And then it was Cell-Link, which started plant-based alternative products. 2020, Meat Tech was acquired by Meat PV, which is preparing many of the cultured poultry products. And 2022, Savory Eat started plant-based burgers and 3D printed plant-based burger. But plant-based burger, you must have heard about Impossible Meat or Beyond Burger. But this is what I'm talking is about 3D printed burger. And recently, this is a very recent development in late 23 and early 24, like Rebo Foods started mass production of plant-based meals, which is 3D printed, and redefined with other company, which introduced a whole 3D printed history. So this was just history, but what is the current status? If you see the market, it is very fast-growing market for food. It is going CAGR of 31.57%, and in 2024 it is 0.68 billion, which is expected to grow to 2.71 billion by 2029. Asia Pacific being the main fastest growing market, but currently this is more well in North America. Major player in 3D printing are like TNO or Natural Machine, SMRC, which collaborates with NASA System and Material Research Corporation, and then Biflow and BHEX are the major players in 3D printed market. And these are mostly in the hardware technology, means they are mostly involved in the making of 3D printers. So before going to detail, sometimes people ask why you want to go about 3D printing. It's kind of a mold also gives you a 3D structure, but there is a difference. Mold, you get a static structure which cannot be personalized or which cannot be put with what you want to put, what nutrition you want to put. Whereas in 3D printer, you have a food grade cartridge or syringe you make depending on your personal requirement, and then print it through a machine, what you call as a 3D printer, in layer by layer method. So what is the advantage by 3D printing? If you compare with just mold method, that you can get a personalized nutrition, and depending on the nutrient, like healthy nutrients, you can use in your ink and then get printed and consume it. Then personalized new and complex visual structures which give you a more attractive shape and which are more palatable, more appealing to the eyes, and then people get like these kind of structures. And then you can personalize ingredient like preventing allergen or cross contamination. Then most important in saving in food material is there, because you are going to print whatever material you make, completely it is printed. It is not like normal industry production, where if you take example of fruits and vegetables, sometimes you waste 20 to 30% of material gets wasted. Okay, and then it has you can use alternative sources of material, so not necessarily the traditional material. Like nowadays, people are using many kind of algae or insect protein they are printing. Then potential to simplify and speed up the progress. Like Riva Food, just now I was giving example, they have launched a market-based 3D printed streets kind of thing. So it has potential for industrialization also. And then see, it's like a personalized food which is made at the point of consumption. So you save energy and reduce the transportation cost. So how does 3D printing exactly takes place? How do we 3D print in our lab? Is like that we set the 3D printing parameters in the machine. That parameters I will discuss on my next slide. Then we take the material what we want to print and adjust its rheology, then take it to machine and print. After printing, it is not ready to consume. So you need to go for post-processing operation. There are many kind of post-processing operations out there, like you can do frying, you can do baking, or just air frying can help. And then finally it is served. So this is the flow chart. Like you have a material, you take many of the material, like you can have like non-printable. Non-printable means if you want to just print it may not be printing, but we make it printable by using different hydrocolloids because it has very high moisture, so the viscosity doesn't come in the range of printing. So we need to add some kind of hydrocolloids to make it printable. Then you have alternative ingredients, what I was talking just now. Then you formulate and then print. There are different kind of methodology which many printers use, like either it is extrusion printing, inkjet printing, or binder jetting, or selective layer sintering. And once before going to printer, you need to put the model what you want to print in the machine. So that for that you need to create the STL files, which will be converted to G code, and then it will be printed by the machine. And then you need to have, once it is printed, then there is post printing is done by using any of the methods depending on your taste or your requirement. So this just blow up of last slide where I was trying to tell you, like there are many methods. Once you have made the program, then you feed in the machine, then either extrusion based printing, it gets extruded through a nozzle, and then you have binder jetting where you have a powdered bed, and then you are jetting the material what you want to print along with that, and then it gets printed. Then laser sintering is there where powder material is either by heat or by pressure it can be printed, or inkjet printing, simply without extrusion it comes out. So then you get printed material. So what are the parameters you need to set in the printer is like infill percentage, how much you want to make it solid or look solid, or some void space you want to give that percentage. Once you fix the printer, the material will be printed accordingly. And then number of cells or outer parameters, how outlines you want to print in the material, it will be shown. Then other important is layer height, how much thickness of each layer you want to print depending on their nozzle size. This can be varied. And whether you want to use heat during printing, that also can be adjusted. Then speed, the speed at which you want to print, again depending on the printer it can vary from 10 millimeter per second to 200 millimeter per second, or other kind of models are there where speed can be slightly higher also to make printing fast. Then how kind of retraction you want after printing, how machine head has to move, that has to be programmed. So these are the parameters which can be used to 3D print a material. In a printer, these parameters are fixed and then it is printed. Here, this diagram just shows a similar kind of slide, like difference between 3D printed mechanism and then conventional food supply chain. In conventional food supply chain, raw material is processed, then packed, and then mass customization food production is done. Whereas in 3D printing, you have on-demand production kind of thing. Suppose I want a particular kind of material with particular nutrient, then that can be done here, and it can be used in restaurant, catering, or domestic kitchen, and it can be consumed. So what is the current focus of 3D food printing research? This is like either people are working on technological development, which I was talking about, machine development, like whether fuse deposition modeling or selective laser sintering or binder jetting. The machines are being developed and being marketed. Then other is whether deposition, whether coaxial nozzle or inline mixing, whether you want to have single print head or multiple print head. Then after printing, whether online means during printing, whether you want to have some stabilization or treatment, like I told earlier, slight temperature you can maintain, or sometime cooling also can be done, or you have a monitoring where online monitoring of the system can be done. But when you come to food application, means the soft material, there are many kind of work is going on, like material. People are studying material where printing behavior or rheology of the ink is being done. Then pre-treatments, what are the pre-treatments before you can make the ink for printing, or whether you want to encapsulate or for new formulation development. Then cell culture is coming, or what you call bioprinting is coming in a big way now. Or textural work is like textural variation or shape morphing, which shape morphing is leading to 4D printing from the 3D printed material. If you do shape morphing, it can give you 4D printed product. And as far as sensory aspects are concerned, whether flavor or tailored ingredient or color change after printing, these parameters are being studied. Then additional functionality in terms of whether you want to make it a functional food or you want to use it for specific health condition, people are studying those kind of things. So these are various application of 3D or 4D printing. They can be used in medical, health, or food, like medical or health related, like food or food for different kind of care homes or patients, or they can be used for like kind of consumption, like chocolate, sugar, dough base, or on-demand personalized snacks can be prepared using this kind of technique. And future food application, like specific solving specific food processing challenge, which is not possible in the traditional method, can be undertaken using this kind of printing methods. And then again, use of novel ingredients or combination cytostines, which is leading means like lab grown or plant based meat or insect and other alternative foods are being utilized for 3D printing. Wow. So, and in food industry, there are many kind of application like creating customized food design. Then food production automation can be done. Bioprinting, what I call like Cell Link is mainly working on bioprinting of the meat. Then it is being used for reducing food wastage, as well as new ingredient supply is being new ingredient supply is being worked out on this kind of 3D printing. For this, there are many kind of commercial 3D printers are available in the market. Like you have JetJet, which is very specific for chocolate printing, and there is a Houdini, which printed specifically prints pizza or cookies, which is developed by natural machines. Then there are like Candy Fab 3D printer, which prints sugar-based confectionery. Then pasta printer from Barilla. Then 3D fruit printer for food-based confectionery by Dovetail. Then Felix fruit printer, which is being used for personalized fruit printing by Felix. So these are already in the market. If anybody is is interested in printing these kind of products, the printer has already come in the market. So these are just 3D food printers pictures what I have got from the market. Some selected pictures. Most of them are like in international market, but this particular printer in our country also they are making. Now again, work is going on. Many of the startups are working on construction of these kind of or manufacture of these kind of 3D fruit printers. So now how it is connected to SDG, that we will just deal with that. Like if you say 3D printing, exactly there are like it can be waste, food waste utilization, and one of the major means people are also working on construction site, like 3D printers. You must have heard also, like many kind of buildings are 3D printed buildings are already available in the market. So that that fabrication, but that is not the topic of our work. But just to bring to your notice, in fabrication also 3D printing is mostly being used. And when we talk of food 3D printing, this waste utilization and personalized nutrition, people are working, and they are connected to many of the SDGs, starting from 1, 2, 3, 7, or 12, 13, or 11. Many of the goals are covered by this 3D printing. So a little work we have done, so that's just I'm
going to present that. Like for personalized nutrition, we just were interested to make a burger which is rich in protein. So we have used many kind of ingredients, especially protein source was used from hemp, and then it was to get it it was homogenized, and then carboxymethyl cellulose was added, and then for coloring purpose beetroot powder was added, and then it was mixed, and then when it was 3D printed, then steaming was done before consumption. Then when we checked its quality, so here are the quality parameters. We have used a commercial sample to compare, but just to bring to your kind notice, this commercial sample is not 3D printed. This is just dye-based or mold-based product which is available in market. Tata Simply Better, which is available. And then if you compare, you see protein content of commercial sample was 18.86, but we could increase in our samples from around 24 to 25 percent protein. And when we compared quality in terms of sensory quality, we can see it was this carrageenan gum and guar gum added burger patty was similar to the commercial. This is commercial store, and this is our product store. So this kind of personalized printing can be done using the 3D printer, where we just were interested to increase the protein content of the product, especially for sarcopenia kind of thing. So other kind of application can be dysphagia, where we are working on this kind of problem, where dysphagia is nothing but they are not able to easily chew or swallow the product. So what traditionally is done? Traditionally, they are made in the paste and then offered to the consumer or patient or the person who is having dysphagia, who is suffering from swallowing problem. But in 3D printed products, you can have a appealing shape, and then the consumer can take it. It not only will help in swallowing, but also it can be enriched with nutrients, and then it can be consumed. See, these are some of the 3D printed vegetables which are soft in texture, made of potato base or pumpkin base or different shape we have given. This is pea base or beetroot base, which looks like a meat product. Because if you give meat product to the patients, it will be paste and they may not like it. And once they don't like it, so absorption also goes down. But here with this technique, you can increase the palatability also. In case of waste utilization, 3D printing can help by reducing the waste, and then it can be like climate action, or once you are reducing waste, you are targeting zero hunger also, responsible consumption also. So what it is being done in waste utilization, many kind of waste products are being printed to waste from grape pomace or wheat waste is converted to 3D printed cookie dough. Salmon skin is converted to gelatin gel, or rice husk can be made to food packaging material. Similarly, potato peel is used in noodle preparation, or banana peel is being printed as a food packaging material, or jackfruit seed. This picture shows jackfruit seed, which is converted to jackfruit ink, and then any kind of shape can be printed using those kind of inks. So it's still it's not that it is completely work is still going on, but there are certain kind of challenges in 3D printing where when you say it's not, I was telling you speed you can vary, but still to get the accuracy, to get the final product, it still takes time. So printing speed is one of the technical problem, which is a challenge in 3D food printing. Then post processing, sometimes it can change the rheological property and degrade the quality of the product. So people are working on to find out exact what is the correct rheological property which can give you best. See, during printing, a particular rheology will give you a very good print. But what happens once you do post processing, or what you do heating or steaming, then there may be some change in the product. So there are limited textural varieties on printed food to meet the need of customers, because once you are curing it, it is very difficult to get a crunchy kind of product. So that kind of problem some customers say that is not according to their what they expected. Then economical and financial part, if Channing say that high cost per printed part is there because this requires skilled labor and pre-treatment as well as post-treatment are involved. Then because what happens, 3D printed, you cannot, product is ready to consume, but if you don't, if it is kept for even for small time, it gets lost. So there is a food loss problem after printing, but before printing, there is, you can use it. And but you cannot store it for very long time, like your canned product or your other kind of products where you store for longer time. Here that is not possible. Then so limited consumer acceptance due to awareness of the technology. As I told, this is in food 3D printing is relatively new technology, but still awareness is coming up. And due to as again related to that food loss, because what happens, it is susceptible to bacteria and fungal during cooling and heating activities. So again, consumers are not very keen for them. So then regulatory, there are limited regulation on these kind of items, and then lack of skilled personnel is one of the policy thing. If you want to commercialize or you want to go for large scale, there may be requirement of people who are skilled. It is not that people are not working, people are working on very vigorously. If you see the publication in this area from 2000, less than 50 now, you have on 3D printing, it has means in 2020 it has crossed almost 6,500 publication, including food 3D printing publication has been increasing. So people are trying to solve this kind of problems what I just listed. So what is the future? Coming to future, we are talking of 3D printing, but like as I told, if you can make a smart dynamic structure, 3D printing can be converted to 4D printing. And there are reports of 5D printing where strong static structure is prepared using this kind of 3D printers, which leads to 5D printing. And again, people are talking of 6D printing where smart, strong, dynamic structure with less material and with many other kind of properties like smart properties are being researched. So just to summarize whatever I have talked, like 3D printing can be done using different methods like extrusion based, inkjet, laser assisted or sintering method. And you can print anything, either food of plant origin or food of animal origin. But still there are like some kind of issues are still pertaining, like I was talking about safety of printed product or waste. Then sustainable issue it can solve, and consumer attitude need to be changed towards the new thing, and then we need to have a proper regulation for its commercialization. But there are emerging trends where I told people are talking of not only 3D but up to 6D people are talking, and then you are printing meat, free meat, or many other technologies are coming where 3D printing is being very helpful. So before I close, I want to thank METI, in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, for sponsoring this work on 3D printing, and my partners like CDEC Kolkata, CMTI Bangalore, and IIM Kolkata, which are in our project on 3D printing. My colleagues here, Dr. Sukumar, Dr. Muthu Kumar, Dr. Rupa, Dr. Havare, Mr. Raghunandan, and Mr. Chakrathi, which are we all are working in this project, and then these 3 PhD students and 2 project assistants whose work I have presented. Thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any question? If any participant have any question? Ma'am, I think there is no question by the students, neither in the chat box also.
No problem. If you can.
Monica ma'am?
Yes, I think very nice presentation, Professor Negi. Actually, if there'll be some questions, some queries with the single
You can
participant.
email me, madam.
Yeah, definitely, sir. We'll be in touch with you and we'll be sending the queries to you. I think then they'll be resolved and then we can contact you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Ma'am, I think Jena Swami sir has not joined yet.
Yeah, I think there is some technical issue at his end, actually. So the IT team is also trying, but I think we can bind up the session for the day and we can have his session tomorrow. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, participants. Thank you, esteemed speakers. I think we can ask the IT department to kindly close the session for today.
So there is one small announcement. Tomorrow we'll start the session at, yes, Dr. Suren, I think you can also announce about the tomorrow's schedule.
Yes, ma'am. So the session tomorrow starts from 9:45. Okay. So kindly be joined, and attendance is mandatory for the certificates. And in the after the validatory session, the certificate will be given to the presenters and to the participants. Okay, ma'am?
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I close?
Yes, sir. Please close the session now. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
everyone.
Thank you, IT department. Okay.